What's up, everybody? GM in the house. GM in the house. Welcome back. We are going to be looking at these games of the good old Hikaru Nakamura Magnus Carlsen match. So, first off, business. It was 2-2 going on. E4, E5, not a surprise. Magnus just equalized, which is kind of shocking in some ways because Magnus was on the back foot all the way, wasn't enjoying his time. Knight f3, knight c6, bishop b5, knight f6, castles. Surprised by Hikaru instead of d3, going for castles, rook e1, which is, I don't know, it's kind of a tricky solution. Not sure why that happened. Knight e4, rook e1, knight d6, knight takes e5. Still the main line. Bishop b7, bishop f1, knight f5, and ordinarily everybody played this. Castles, d4, bishop f6, and rook e8. That was the main line. In fact, rook e2 was played in the famous match of Carlsen playing against none other than Mr. Ryakin. So instead, that's not what happened. Knight f5, knight f3, castles, d4, d5. And this sort of seems like a tricky play by Magnus. He's actually channeling something that is quite usual and special because Nakamura used to play this way, putting pressure on that d4 pawn. In fact, some of the times I've seen Nakamura essay g5. It's a rare move. Quite a rare move. Knight c3, pressing on d5, bishop b4, and we're at a stop. Magnus is up on time, but on the other hand, there's a little bit of concession. This knight can easily maneuver to g3, unlike this guy on c6. Alright, let's refresh because there were new moves. Okay, so a3, takes, now d6. Now, black is trying to play against these bishops, because in the long term, these pawns are terrible. Not at all a green, more of the red sort of feel. Really bad. Something you wouldn't want to have at all. Those pawns are just too weak. However, it is compensated by the fact that white has the bishop pair. So it has a tinge of Petrov in it. Bishop g4 might just show up, which is a problem. I'd assume h3 is on the agenda for Hikaru. Let's see, h3. h3 is a way to go, although black can go bishop f5 or bishop g4. Both seems mighty reasonable. Very much reasonable. So here, instead, maybe h3 or bishop d3 can be an idea. h3 was played. This is the main point. Just stopping that sniper from getting that bishop to g4. And in this case though, Magnus might just put that bishop on f5, pressing on c2. However, after bishop d3, it is going to lead to some exchanges. However, a good one for Mr. Hikaru. Because after c takes d3, those Mati squares on c4 and e4 will be under control. So bishop f5 makes sense, but then bishop d3. Maybe h6. h6 is something to keep in mind just to take away any of these jumps. If black plays bishop f5, bishop g5 can become an idea, just pressing and provoking f6. And as we all know, f6 is a no-go. You don't want to do that. That would be too nasty, man. In Panja, thank you for the follow. That would be too nasty. Indeed, bishop f5 was played. That is a good sniper right there. Bishop f4, kind of doing the same thing. Pressing down that pawn on c7, targeting this guy on d6. Also, mind you, the big question, who's going to own these critical central squares? Now, white seems to be in control. You got an AE file. Your rook is well placed. The only thing left is to bring this guy over there. However, that pawn is defended at the moment. It shouldn't be that tragic, to be honest with you. Lots of tension in this last game indeed. Bishop f4. And I like this bishop f4 move by Hikaru because he ain't going for exchanges like he did in previous round, and which, let's be honest, was the reason for his downfall. Now, h6 would make sense so the bishop could hide away and it could snipe down the board from its hideout lurking from the corner. Now I could do the same, but it's more of like a defensive mechanism. So if you play h6, bishop h7, it'll attack that c2 pawn, but it's not really a threat, it's more like defense. Rook e8, again, trying to go for the exchanges. By the way, if there's takes, queen takes is not a bad move, because after takes, c takes, these pawns actually guard all the important squares. So there are such a thing as useful double pawns. Really, those pawns are useful. These ones, terrible. They're terrible especially because they're going to be a rook going down there and just attack and gobble up all of them. Gobble up all of them pawns. So that's kind of the big issue after rook e8. Do a good old refresh. Rook e8 was played, and Hikaru is down on time, kind of showing that not quite happy with the turn of events. In fact, bishop d3 would make sense, just as mentioned before, do the same thing that black is aiming to do, get the c-pawn to d3, just like it did with d6, and control all these important squares on c4 and e4. Double pawns matter too. They matter a whole lot. They indeed do. Now, bishop d3 is something high on the list. Now, rook b1, I did mention, you want to get those guys on open files. Now, there's no sinking ship yet, so there's no rush of playing rook b1. Plays knight h4. Takes, knight h4. Nakamura is saying, I hate your bishop. I hate your sniper, and I'm going to take it out. So if bishop g6, I'm going to take you. And then I'll get two bishops. Bishop e4 is this typical agent provocateur type of play. If you play f3, okay, I'll go back, but then you'll have weaknesses all around. That should be a red. That's kind of the problem over there. That can be very much painful. Something you wouldn't want to face. Now, bishop e4 is coming. You don't want to go f3 because of those weaknesses. You can. You definitely can, but you don't want to do it. However, Hikaru is getting ready to have a knight on the sides. So, if he does not capture anything, doesn't capture the sniper, it'll be misplaced and might even run into ideas such as f6 and g5, forks, which are kind of uncomfortable. Something you don't want to see. Not at all. That would be painful. By the way, dear viewers, if you have any questions, do let me know. I am here to answer all of them. Or at least most of them. Let's see what's going on. Probably f3 is still high on the market value, because if bishop g6, I'll take, and go bishop d3. So f3, go here, I'll take, bishop d3, and I do get the bishop pair. Not that black is not doing fine. This knight is a beast, controlling all the crucial squares on c4 and e4. And black doesn't have any real weaknesses in his position. Not talking about white there, because white has plenty of them. These will be weakened, and even the structure will be kind of compromised, if you ask me. So f3 is one of those things that I'd still consider, or bishop d3. Bishop d3 looks like an idea that you might want to check out. So rook b1 is still something that I definitely would keep an eye on, because you always want to put your rooks on open files, especially pressing on b7. So rook b1, f3, bishop d3, all of them seems like a way of going. Both seems like a legit solution. f3 was played. Not surprised that knight had to go, had to take down that sniper. Now either queen d2, rook e1 just to get the file, looks decent, or just rook b1. Pressing on this square of b7. Now, you are taught to love those bishops. And I do too. Those bishops, those snipers are amazing. However, there's just too many pawn weaknesses in white's position, and black might even get to target the a pawn. Notice this is sort of a good old French structure. In fact, it goes knight a5. Same idea, going knight c4, queen e7, and this is going to be the main target. If black manages to get there, it can get double-edged. Black might even complain, might just be better. For good reason, Nakamura takes on d6, queen d2, tries to get rid of that bishop, and now after rook c8, there'll be targets of plenty on this file. But the reason why Nakamura took on d6, cd, because he wants to create some counterplay on the king side, because the king is relatively weak. Notice so many of white pieces are lurking towards the king, might even h4, h5 at AlphaZero style. However, black is having fine counterplay against the c3 and a3 pawns. So it's kind of level, if you ask me. Karim, thank you for thy follow. Let's see what's gonna happen next. So I would roughly say the position is balanced. White will have counter chances. So even when you will see Carlsen start gobbling those pawns, don't fret if you're a Nakamura fan. It ain't gonna be over. It ain't gonna be over. And I'll tell you why. Because once this rook enters like a tank on the 7th, it's just gonna be unstoppable and will provide plenty of counterplay against that king in the center. It is indeed suspense right here. And we're kind of wondering if Magnus goes for rook c8, queen c6, he decides to go just take off the d3 sniper for that horse. And after that exchange, black will be a slight bit better, but not a whole lot. In fact, the draw is a high chance and a high likeliness it's going to be the one winning it. So to take stakes, rook e1, queen e2. Because of these pawn weaknesses, black shouldn't be worse, maybe even slight midget bit better, but really, draw would be the favorite. Of all of that, that's what's likely. Take stakes, rook e1. Indeed, Hikaru knows that he needs to go for equality as fast as possible. Now, queen a4 is a nice little move, pressing on c2 and on a3, so you can't just go willy-nilly, go queen f4, I take on c2, and pow, the c3 is also fallen. So possibly rook e7 makes a lot of sense, just activating the rook, pressing on b7, and planning to attack the f7 pawn. So rook e7's high on the list, quite high on the list. You can't really go passive because eventually you'll have just too many weaknesses to deal with. This is not good for white, so white is the one has to go for a draw. Queen c1, I don't like that move. Even though it is defending all these pawns and will go queen b2, I don't like it. Rook e8 is a very good move by Magnus, getting rid of that active rook on e1. And eventually, this can be dangerous because the king is a little bit open and there's those two pawns that are a bit of a target. Yep, this is a GMS Shiza, smothered Maton. So if you ask me, I think it ain't what you think it is. This is very nasty for Hikaru. Not that he should lose, he should be just in time to survive. Now, queen e3 doesn't hold yet, but for example, queen g5 ideas sometimes work. Let's say you move the king, you can give up pawns with the hope of perpetual. Now, objectively, yep, this must be very much even, and it is very much even. However, who's suffering? White's suffering, because this queen is infinitely worse. And this lady on a4, h4. So Nakamura is going for this g4, h5 break, trying to conjure it up, trying to create more targets against this king. Now, one good plan for black would be just to walk it all over to the queen side and hope to use it as an attacker. Now that looks far-fetched, I know, but you can dream, and so can I. I've seen the famous legend Gatakamsky do the same thing. Walk the king all the way over there. Now, king f8, guess where's this king going? It's going to a5, a4. That's where it's headed. So the target, a3. Now, why is this such a big idea by Magnus? I'll tell you why is that so good. Simple. Once the queens are exchanged, this king will be powerful and will even have threats of creating a passer. Queen b4, immediately trying to rectify the situation. Now if queen takes c2, seemingly dropping a pawn, but there's king g3. Wait a second. King e7? But queen takes c4. So this actually is a double attack. So you couldn't really take, because king g3 and Nakamura would get that pawn back. Nice. Nice. So the milady comes back to c6, guarding those guys. However, this is a great improvement for Hikaru, because not only does he have threats, this queen is just much better than it was on c1. Not that Magnus should be in any danger. Probably king e7, king d7 is sort of a plan you want to follow. Yep, you're going with that king. You might want to expand there. So what Magnus is going to do is to set up some threats against this king while walking the other side, hoping to infiltrate and do a Leo Messi on the playing field. So we'll go queen d5, queen e6, get the king over here, and just rush in while everybody is preoccupied defending that lady. Why does black not push the d pawn? That d pawn is actually guarding the king. So if the king can move to d7, it's kind of safe. That pawn is defended. That's what you'd love. Now, queen e6 is an option, just taking control of the e-file. Ladies are just like those rooks that you all love. They want files. And if she could get it, then she'd rule. So probably she'll get it. Also, you'd rather have that file instead of your opponent having it. You wouldn't want that queen to show up on e1, would you? Now, on queen e6, sometimes maybe queen b5 can be an idea. But in that case, probably there's this nasty check, and there's still plenty of pawns that you've got to defend. So objectively, I wouldn't think that this is that comfortable for Hikaru. Magnus, the world champion, is on the rise. He has more time, 11 minutes to 7. That is still painful. Queen e6. Oh yeah, he knows how to rock it. He knows how to rock this position. Now assume king f2 is the best move. If you go here, you actually give up all those entry squares, which can actually lead to a loss of a pawn. Queen c1, too passive. Either he wants queen g5 or I don't know. But the problem is, this just doesn't feel right. Feels just too far away from the action. In fact, the big plan of king walking to a4 is very close to becoming reality. And after that, this will be tough for white. This will be tough. I tell you, this will be just a heck of a terrible rad. Don't want to see it, really. Just terrible. Let's see. King d7. Probably h5 makes sense, but in fact that just creates some targets over there. Still kind of worried about this walk down the board. And once black can combine threats with the queen and the threat of taking the a-pawn, that's a too true way of realizing that he could be in trouble. And Magnus, the world champion Carlsen, is going for the walk. That walk is going down. There's not much you can do about it too. You can't go back with your lady because you've got squares to protect. Got squares to protect, can't protect them, you're gonna lose. h5 makes sense, but I take queen f5, and instead of creating counterplay, you're creating weaknesses. Rap record coming out soon. Right on, smarter master. h5, take, queen f5. This looks dicey. Very, very dicey. Maybe you could think about going a4. However, that also helps Magnus, because if he could exchange the b-pawn for the a-pawn, then this a-pawn can make a run for it, and that'll definitely give a chance for a win for the world champion. Now Nakamura has been dominating, so just let me sell this, okay? Listen, just come here, listen up. Nakamura has been leading this event so far, was 2-1, but then bam, Magnus strike back. Then bam, goes to Berlin again. Then bam, the Italian out of nowhere shows up. And I mean, I get it, it is a problem. But hey, thing is that Hikaru has been on the defensive for 2 sets now. The previous set and this one. Look at that. MC is walking that king down. This is looking not good for Hikaru. This just doesn't seem to be the game he's looking for. Not at all. Queen g5. Now this is what makes these grandmasters quite good. They never ever give up. They don't give up. And they sense danger when there is one. So Nakamura, who's been leading so far but's been on a bit flailing trail, the king can't walk this time because the queen is cutting off this path. Question is, can you go queen d5? Not really, because apart from being defensive, cutting off that king also prepares ideas of going behind. And if that queen goes behind house, that'll be a problem. Now, here comes the big question. What he could do? Probably d5 actually makes sense, cutting off the lady and then preparing that king walk. In fact, that might be it. Or queen f6 is actually a funny way of losing, because takes h5 and the h pawn would just become a lady. Now, d5 would be high on the list, because even when you go behind, I still make a run for it. When you start pestering my pawns, I play a5, controlling the all-important b4 square. The only danger you might face in these type of positions is the fact that you get mated on b4 and your king just arrives on that square. However, if it lands on a4, and I repeat, if it lands on a4, it'll be over. And not quite over, but it'll be giving Magnus real chances. Real chances for victory, y'all. Real chances. I'm awaiting d5, king b7. Bit laid back. Too laid back, honestly. In fact, h5 might come as an idea now. Why? Because after gh, there'll be a target over on g7. If I take whoop, my h-pawn might just run down the board and just win the game. You know it. Now, h5, you don't have to react though. I can go king a6. Probably Magnus's plan is to go shielding with the b pawn and then walking down. Queen d8, purely defensive. Although I would go h5 instead, y'all. Okay, queen d8, trying to put some threats on. Maybe queen g8 is an idea. If you take that pawn, this h-pawn is fast. Real fast. In fact, queen g8, queen f6, g5, wapow, that pawn is gone. White is safe. Now, in fact, if king a6, king a5, king a4 comes, it's kind of dangerous. But Hikaru found the right plan. You got to pester the pawn on g7, and your h-pawn will make a home run right there. No question about it. This should be even. Sort of a nice defense by Hikaru. You never left the sinking ship. Like a good musician, you still go out there, sing obladi oblada, even if it goes down. That's what he did. He did his business. And now queen g8, g5 is coming. H-pawn is running down the board. Magnus is going to force a draw. f5, just trying to make sure these guys are safe. Also, preparing f4, queen e3. Now I wonder what happens after queen f8 though. What is going on? Is Magnus overdoing it? Oh my goodness, he might be overdoing this. Queen f8, you can go f4, I capture. If you take there, maybe that's a savior. I take here, you go there. Actually that makes sense. The point what Magnus is trying to make is that, hey, I am going to get an infiltration point on e3, and that'll be amazing. f4, queen e3, a comment that can be annoying. But if queen f8 takes, king here, king on a6, so here, takes, that's not a good move. I don't think that's a good move. Unless the endgame works. Does the endgame work? Let's count. So takes, I check, take, king takes f3, king walks up, and this h-pawn is surprisingly fast. Takes, F takes, queen takes, yep. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. So guess what? Magnus might get in some sort of trouble wasting too much time with the king. You can't go into the endgame. There's one thing most important in these games, and that is active kings. It's gonna be active kings. In fact, Magnus is going down on time. He barely has 5 minutes versus 4, king a6, and realizes there's danger lurking. If takes, queen takes g4, and still it's pretty good for black because of these pawn weaknesses and the weak king. So Hikaru goes on and defend the g pawn. So if white manages to capture these guys, there'll be a problem. However, question is if queen e1 works, because if you take, I could take here, and what matters is the quality of your pawn. However, there's queen c8 check once this queen moves. It stops defending this square. After queen d7, probably that is more of a perpetual check than anything else. Let's see what Magnus has in mind. Possibly, I think draw is a big favorite over here. I don't see any other way going around in this position. d5, just over defended. But also this good old queen e4 check is on the board and can be quite dangerous. You take, I might start checking you and picking up all those guys. And if I manage, the c pawn is way faster than this h guy, and that can be an issue. Darrenette, thank you, appreciate it. Stick around. So take queen e4, king g3, check, you move the king. Let's say takes, I check, you move here, I go here, and I start picking up these pawns. And with all those checks, if I can pick up those pawns, then white could get into some danger. Not that objectively, I don't think so. I don't think that Nakamura should be in big trouble. Because if he calculates correctly, once this pawn is gone, the h pawn should be a savior. Really, I don't sense any danger over there at all. King f4, g5. So king f4 wanted to bring the king up to g5 and support the idea of pushing. King f4 is very ambitious by Hikaru. g5. Whoa, g5. Point is, if you take, I have a check. Here, g6. Bye-bye, lady. Bye-bye. It's gone. See ya tomorrow. You can't do anything about it. So let's go back to the game. King g5 was played. No, it wasn't, obviously, because of that trick. hg, check, queen e1. And this is a little ugly, because you've got to deal with these pawns, and the c pawn might just run down the board. We are officially in a queen's endgame. This is the toughest, and it's kind of tough for Hikaru. He has 2 minutes versus 5, and the king will be in constant checks. Nothing you'd want to see, ever. Nothing you want to see. So, queen f2, queen takes c3, and it is kind of nasty. It's uncomfortable. It's uncomfortable for white. No time. All those problems going on. Queen takes. That's a problem. And the king can come up. Queen f2 ain't great. Alright, so king a5, that's kind of different. Actually, wait a second. Takes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So I'm counting. Takes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 because you moved the king. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Now that's an endgame for you. So Magnus is calculating whether he could go there and take. So that's tricky. Takes. Alright, let's do it again. 1, 2. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Now moves. Imagine the king on b2. Imagine a king on f7 and a queen promoting on a1. So Magnus says, no, I'm going to take that pawn instead. But that's what Mr. Norwegian World Champion was calculating. This looks ugly. But king e5, that's something you want to do. Fight for your right to party. King takes c5, and the king. Even though it's active, it is very close to get mated, and now the a-pawn is coming down. This looks dicey, my folks. Dicey at best for Hikaru. And also doesn't have too much time. Could go g6 or queen f5. Queen f5 eyeing the king. And if there's any check, you can move your own king as well. Or g6. However, I'm not sure if g6 is that good. Could check again, stuff like that. Queen g5, queen f5. Ain't liking it. But queen f5 is nice. If there's any check, you counter check. Also, the big plan for Nakamura is go g6, queen f7. However, don't underestimate this a-pawn. That a-pawn is going to be running down the board. And you can't really stop it. Your king is far away. It looks close, but is in opposition. Can do it. Tricky, trying to check and take, which is a very nice little twist. Queen b1. How can you deal with that? If you go queen c7, king e6, and then you can start pushing the d-pawn. a4, if check, king a5, I guess. And then you start pushing. Yep. You want to control this square. Takes. Then there's no check. d5. King c6. Setting up mate in 1. Whoa. Queen e6. King c7. Now queen b4 is a threat. Can white continue against b5? Probably there, and queen f8 and going behind. Wow, that king is going for a journey. And it might be the one saving the day. Probably repetition. I'd assume repetition is likely because queen b4 check is quite strong over there. I think this is very likely a draw. That king is too strong. Repetition, repetition. Queen b5 is coming. And if you overpush here with black, you might get back rank mated. Like previously on Dragon Ball Z, you could go queen b4. Oh, queen b4, queen f8 after b5. I expect repetition, nothing else. Repetition is coming up next. King c7, queen e8. I expect queen e7. If b5, you might even get mated with queen d6, and that'd be nasty. Game drawn. By the way, if you play b5 here, there's a glorious, glorious finish. Repetition, right. Alright, so it's white to move and win. Let's try to find this. And then we're gonna recap the game afterwards. What can we do here? White to move and slash, grab, whatever you can. He declined. He declined nothing. Declined nothing like a draw. It is a draw as it is. Yeah, what pow, check, here, and the king and queen together form a strong bond like families usually do. Go here, what pow, you're out. It's checkmate, and if king a7, check ya, king a8, queen a6, you're out again. That's what it is, just an out. You ain't gonna get no chances. So I think Nakamura did some fighting over here. The big move in this position was c3. Otherwise, it would be dicey. The pawn is Russian. If white would just give one single tempo, this would be very close to lost. This would be just terrible. You wouldn't want to deal with this. This would be just kind of difficult to handle. However, once you play c3, you can't defend against both queen b1 and queen c1. Queen c8. And if queen e1, I can always check you from d7. If you go here, I can check you, and at least I can repeat over there. Quite a save by the Hikaru Nakamura, 5 times US champion. Wonderfully played. Alright, so with that, let's go back and talk a little bit about the beginnings. So again, if you're just joining, hey, I am Grandmaster Dennis Borush, and we're going to take a look at this match between Carlsen and Nakamura. And also, remember, the score right now is 2-2, so they're going toe-to-toe. And after that, you can tell what's going to happen next. Just watch. So e4. Now, Magnus had some troubling results in the Neudorf earlier on, facing in these f3 lines, facing bishop e through queen d2. These aggressive lines by Nakamura. Nakamura drew. So this didn't quite give the good results for Magnus. So decided to go the Magnus way, the Berlin way. Knight f3, bishop b5. Very consistent by Hikaru, even though, and I actually expect the Italian to raise its ugly head next game. I kind of assume that is the next thing that's gonna happen. We're gonna see bishop c4 coming around, which is something to behold. Anyways, here, Hikaru always played the Spanish, knight f6, castles. Now in the previous games, we've seen d3, bishop c5, but then Magnus met his kryptonite with this line with queen e2, knight c4, and aggressive play, which suited Nakamura's playing style, which is typical Nakamura. However, then he realized, that is Magnus, that he should just go d6, c3, g6, and then he kind of decided to go just very positional with d takes e5, which, to be honest with you, isn't the best choice. Probably, if you did not know, in King's Indian structures, which I do describe in heavy detail on my channel, d5 would be a great move. Why? Instead of de. Go here, you take, knight takes, c4. Now, there's a difference between the King's Indian and the King's Indian of this kind. Why is that so? Well, that bishop on c8 is a missing, meaning you will never have sacrifices on h3, giving white a solid advantage. That's what you want. That's what you want. But Nakamura decided to go the other way and went for de, knight takes, and actually kind of struggled the same way he did this game versus Magnus Carlsen. In fact, I think this is the direction that is slowly going down for Hikaru. Instead of going for the most principled lands, he is going for the solid ones. And I think it's not working anymore, even though it did in the first few sets. Alright, back to the game. Knight e4, so instead he goes castles and play rook e1. Also, an idea I don't quite like, because as we all know, he is a big expert, that is Magnus, on the Berlin. So if anything, you don't want to play rook e1 where he's most at home. Famously, he played this with white versus Karyakin at the World Championship match. So that was this game. I'm going to even point out where that happened. Here takes bishop f1. He played knight f5, that is Carlsen. However, takes, castles, d4, bishop f6, and rook e2 was the big move and novelty in that game. b6 and the funky little rook e1. An interesting idea used in the World Championship match, so I'm not quite sure if this was such a great choice for Hikaru to go for this line. It's well known that Carlsen is a rook e1 expert, if you ask me. But why wouldn't you ask me? Alright, so going back to the game. Take 6, knight f5. What's the point of knight f5? The point is you want to stop this d4 push. Knight f3, just preparing d4, d5. Now, white was forced back to put these pieces back on a better square. However, this knight is actually misplaced. So in the next upcoming moves, what Carlsen does, let's just rotate the board for a quick second. Rotate it, yep. So this knight is a nuisance and a blessing. It's a blessing because it's pressing on this guy. It's a blessing and a curse. Bishop b4 and sort of be getting into French/Petrov type of positions where this knight will be having an exciting time on d6. Yasuri, hello there. a3 takes, not d6. Now this is a typical French and Petrov position. White has doubled pawns, which ain't great, but is compensated by the fact that white has a bishop pair. h3, stopping any of these moves. Also notice that one of those special things that happens is that you want to restrict your opponent's play. Hey there, la beep. Bishop f5, bishop f4. So, bishop f5, bishop f4. This bishop is quite good, but white does have some pressure, maybe even bishop d3 later on. Rook e8, takes, and I did not like knight h4. I'd assume bishop d3 would be better. You want to oppose this bishop, takes, and claim stake of those important squares on e4 and c4. That's what you want. That's what you want to control. Knight h4 is something they teach you for a good reason not to do. I do get that Hikaru wants to take off that sniper, and there's nothing wrong with that. However, after bishop e4, f3, bishop g6, that's again not a beautiful pawn structure you want to stare at. Takes, bishop d3. Now white ain't worse because of those bishops. Oh, wrong color. However, black has very good counterplay against those pawns. So bishop takes d6 actually made some sense there. Takes, queen d2, takes, rook e1, queen a4. Sort of both sides were playing very classically and slowly. Queen c1, takes, king f2, queen a4. And here, one of the great realizations of Carlsen was that he could actually bring his king over and press that direction, which is important. If you're trying to win, you've got to create a second front. At the moment, there's only one weakness. I mean, only a few weaknesses here, but it's all defended by the lady on c1. So it's very important to create a second idea. And second idea for Magnus was to bring the king over. Queen b2, b6, h4, king f8, queen b4, g4, king e7, king g3, queen d5, queen b1. Now, the idea of creating a passer is always something you should keep in mind. Always keep in mind. You always want to create a passer, make it a queen's endgame, make it a rook endgame. Doesn't really matter which one is it. It's got to be a passer. Carlsen is good at turning his winning chances to draw. Nah, that ain't true. Ain't true. It's very close. He was even getting close this time. So I wouldn't be so sure. Queen e6, queen c1, king f2, queen g5. Look at that. That is a maneuver you don't want to sneeze at. In fact, don't sneeze these days. Stop sneezing. Stop sneezing. Anyways, back to the game. King b7, queen d8. Look at that. Notice whenever Hikaru gets the chance, he gets an active lady so he can provide ample counterplay. Also, queen f8 is an idea that you've got to face. Just got to face it. And it can be quite annoying. So, f5, very good. Trying to create two threats. Trying to invade, while also this king is enjoying its time over here. Queen f8, fg, king here. Now the big trick that Hikaru is queen f3 check is actually winning because he was creating a passer. What a surprise! What a big surprise! You always want to create a passer. So you've got to be careful. You've got to be careful. Queen g4. Whoop. It's over. It's done. You're out. You thought you're winning. You thought you're doing great. You're wrong, brother. You're wrong. Okay? King a6, king f3, d5, king f4. Did your mother teach you how to act? Well, that's what you learn. Endgames, when there are no rooks on the board or no queens, you bring your kings up to the board because kings become the rulers. That's what happens. g5, and that's a very, very cute little move by Magnus, because if you take, I have this check here, g6, and bye-bye, lady, bye-bye. You're losing the game and the a-pawn. Now, the a-pawn does not matter, but you still lose it. Zest of life. Yo, good to see ya. So now that's a problem. Problem. g5, queen e4, queen e1, queen f2. And here they calculated. This is the long line they calculated. They were calculating whether this is something to play or not. Both of those queens will queen in due time. And then they realized that, man, no, I don't like this with black. You would get the g-pawn, and that would be too dangerous. Now, we calculated this far. Magnus surely have looked at this one, but said, nah, dicey. One of the things that these super grandmasters do, and you don't, is that they value danger. Danger. What's danger? Now, danger is a middle name, but danger is another thing, too. What is that, you ask? The danger of the g-pawn. The danger of a passer. The danger that you could never pass her if she becomes another lady. In any case, the main issue here is that black is not necessarily the one playing for the win, and what these guys want to make sure is that you don't run risks ever. Indeed, that is the problem. That's why Magnus said, nah, I don't want this. I want to try my chances without you spoiling my fun. So he took on c3, take on a3, and king e5. That's what we teach ya. That's what we GMs teach you. Bring your kings in. Now, hold up. Just hold up for a second, okay? This only works when it's an endgame. Rook endgame or queen endgame, alright? This only works this time. Otherwise, you don't want to rush in the center. You don't want to go gung-ho. You don't want to do that, okay? That's just not gonna fly. Not gonna fly, not with me, not with Hikaru, not with anybody. But I've got word that we've got a new game going. Alright, let's go. Let's take a look at the new game. Alright, so you see Bishop c4 played by Magnus, which gave some bit of an edge the last set he played, so normally he follows suit. Let's catch up. Same game as the previous one. Same exact game. d5, all the same thing played before, but instead of going bishop g4, he went a4, a3. Now, a4, a3 was an idea, but not a perfect one. It was kind of wasting time, and Mr. Nakamura came up with an improvement. bishop g4, bishop c2. And it is time to set up the battery. c5, bishop e3. Now the fight revolves around these two crucial squares. Whoever owns the center owns the whole village. So question is, if you can take, put pressure that way. Now, let's say takes, you start capturing and moving away from your king side, you might actually run into queen d3, queen h7 checkmates. And I know it's an easy mate. Nakamura would never fall for it, you'd say. But hey, mate is mate, and if it's checkmate, it's checkmate. What can happen? Nothing bad could happen. So, possibly, c takes, knight c6 could run into queen d3. At the moment, by the way, you can't go queen d3 because it runs into bishop f5, having strong threats on the lady and the bishop. So this knight and this guy, so this knight and this bishop, has this threat of blocking this queen d3 battery. However, once this knight moves away, queen d3 becomes an option, and you can't really block me with g6. The h6 pawn is hanging. So that's something you wouldn't want to do. That's why Magnus played bishop e3. Now, Nakamura is in tank. Sort of surprised to see that. I would have kind of expected him to know what's going on here, because the last moves that was played by Magnus seemed quite logical. Maybe it has to do with bishop c2 not being on the high top of the engine list, maybe like second or third instead of being elsewhere. Chess boy, thank you for the cheers, says go Hikaru. Alright, so the question is, you still have to deal with this threat. I'd assume you want to take on d4. If you go c4, you do lift off and give me ideas of even sacrificing on h6. So if anything, there's two moves that I would consider as black. Rook c8 is one of them, or taking on d4. Bishop takes d4. Now if knight c6, queen d3, goes rook c8. And that's what I'm saying to you. Keeps this knight over there on e7. So there's bishop f5 going on. If takes, I just capture back, and there's pressure on b2. Now, queen d2 makes sense. Note, even if you take that, queen d2 actually is fine. If takes, I can take on b6, takes. And after queen b2, I always have these counter threats with my lady moving away. So probably I'd expect something like queen d2 or rook c1, just over defending that bishop on c2. You could even go rook e2. However, I'm not a fan of seeing that bishop pinning all of my army. That would be terrible. Trust me, that would be terrible. Rook e2 takes. Even knight c6 comes as an idea. Once this bishop left, this e3 square, g6 will become an option, which wasn't before. Hey, Advait, what's up? So this is kind of tricky, still kind of tricky. Now rook c1, that's kind of the typical classical Russian/Soviet way of playing. You over defend this fellow, you have all those guys defending, and there is no real threats from Hikaru. There are some threats, but all of them are covered, and the fight has a very, very strong pawn on e5, while this pawn on d5 is more of a weakness than a strength. Or at least, right at this moment, I wouldn't call it anything else. It actually is more of a problem child. It's kind of tricky. Rook c4. I'm not a fan of this move. However, it has a good point. Tries to get rid of the bishop. Point is, after takes, there'll be threats, and he will be ready to double in one go. However, even after those exchanges, let's say bishop b3, like I take, get my bishop to b3, target this guy, I just don't like the fact that this rook is an easy target and I can always attack it. Whenever I go there, boom, 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 I will chase it away. I do have to be careful now. That's why I should take on b6. Bishop f3, rook d4 is something that would win on the spot. So got to be careful there. Got to be careful there. It is something that can be a problem. Takes, bishop b3, pressure in there. Kind of an issue. But who knows? We shall see what happens next. What do you guys think? Watching and spectating. Well, if I go queen d3, bishop f5, and I don't quite fancy running into that idea. You might be able to drop back on d2, but you are not rook c4. What the heck? What the heck? Not rook c4. So queen d3, bishop f5, queen d2. But that's not that great, or at least, I mean, you can do that. However, you're kind of bringing all your pieces on yourself. Also, if you go here, queen b3, I will be able to take on d4. Don't forget, your queen is defending this guy on d4. Once it leaves, it'll be scared and lonely. You don't want that, homie. Just don't want that. Queen d3, queen b3, the d4 would be hanging. So the best thing you can do is go here, go back. Don't know what you're achieving with that though. That's kind of the thing. So actually now Carlsen is in a big tank. He's wondering whether he should take on b6, go here, which makes sense, putting pressure on this guy on d5, or go queen d3, queen d2 or something. But you do have to do something because you having plenty of crosspins in the middle is just getting all too nasty. Also, a side note, whenever you take on b6, eventually this lady might just show up and put pressure on b2 and pervertly that pawn on that f2 square. You wouldn't want that. You wouldn't want that, people. That would be terrible news. That would be quite bad. Now, I don't know. I don't know how to feel. I felt that Magnus was quite a lot pushing in the last game. Even though it was a draw, it kind of still felt like Magnus was on the money. Nakamura, not so much. However, this looks like a good preparation. He's got 2 extra minutes, 14 to 12. That is something you would want to have in a match situation like this. It is 2-2, and I want to know who's gonna win this set. What do you think, chat? Tell me your thoughts. I'm still awaiting moves. I don't see anything else apart from bishop b3 and bishop b6. I mean, bishop b3 after taking on b6 and queen d3. All right, let's see. Takes, bishop b3, takes. I mean, with multiple exchanges, the thing is, eventually, white will not be able to have too many threats. So if black manages to exchange all of them, queen, bishop, knight, rook, if he manages to exchange and get a rook endgame, it doesn't even matter that you have a bad d5 pawn. Bishop takes, indeed, is expected. I'm evading bishop b3, attacking this guy. Queen d3 would run into bishop f5. So Carlsen decides, okay, I'm not safe. I don't think that there's too many chances here. I just want to be sure I don't lose this game. So he goes, takes it, goes a little bit solid. I kind of expect bishop b3, just pressing there. Could still go queen d2. Note, there is this nasty little trick of queen d2 and takes. Goes b3 instead. Interesting. Now that does invite some ideas. Good take, but then there's queen f3. That looks quite good. Another little trick is rook c3. Then your rook is not defended. Then I have a check, and I pick up your rook. Probably you would want to go c5. You want to retain those rooks. So you wouldn't want to go all the way back to c8, because in that case, white will be a bit more active than black. So I'd assume rook c5 is a move that makes a lot of sense, because you would be getting ready to double, and notice that this queen is just in the way. You might have a pinned bishop on c2. So rook c5 could be an idea. Exchange on f3 and just double on the c file. And even if nothing happens over there, that should be at least a draw. For sure. For sure. So I kind of expect rook c5, not that the other moves don't make sense. You could also go, let's say, rook c7, just keeping the queen's eyes open, pressing on f2, and then preparing to double, and pinpointing the fact that there's this guy also a little bit undefended. Now, both of them is fine. Rook c5 is a little bit more dangerous because it blocks the view of the queen. But if you bring the rook back to c7, I bring this rook here, and I don't know. I can't decide. What do you think, chat? Which one would you do? Would you go rook c5 or rook c7? How can GMs know draw position just by looking them? Practice. Lots and lots of practice. So decided to go the safe route, did not want to risk queen d4 ideas, kept the queen active, bishop b1 immediately, and it's still 8 minutes to 12 with Nakamura ahead on time. Is this gonna be decisive? Honestly, I feel this is pretty close to even. Probably taking. Rook c8 is quite solid. Question is if Nakamura is ambitious or not. He can go rook fc8 immediately, but he can go vacuum off the board if he so likes to do. So if you ask me, it's up to Hikaru what he wants. Hikaru's been pondering. I can see it on his face. He's pondering. Should I draw? Should I press for more? Should I draw? Should I press for more? In fact, I'm gonna ask you folks. Let's see what you guys think. Press, draw, press, draw. press the draw. Yeah, yeah. Or maybe rook c8 if you wanna play, but you can't take if you won't wanna play. A draw is fair. You're playing black. You want to go out, have some snack. Go. Probably you could go and do it. It's Magnus, so draw? Nah, don't know where you get that spirit from. Not really. Magnus is a fatter. Magnus is fatted. Doesn't give up like that. But okay, everyone has their opinions. Well respected, well respected. There's respect. On the other hand, I don't think Magnus would love to draw, especially with white. He's been having some fine results previous games. All the previous set, he's been doing great. In fact, I wasn't surprised he went for the Italian. What I'm surprised is that Hikaru is not sure what to do with white. He doesn't even go for something like the Italian. Ah, you're saying draw as good as black. Okay, I get it. Rook c8, so being a bit more ambitious, keeping pieces on the board, and I would kind of assume you could take with the queen, just take full control of the file, or take with the rook and keep this pressure on f2. However, in both cases, it's quite difficult to get on in. These entry squares are covered, and you also have to deal with that d5 pawn weakness. Still, a draw is a favorite. I see draw being a favorite, and not shocked, to be honest with you. That is quite likely to happen. However, it's still a game. He goes queen c7. He just wants to control the c file. Notice queen d3, bishop f5, that's still going on. And I don't know, queen d3, bishop f5, maybe you could go queen c3, but all honestly, it's not that easy to make headways with either side. Queen d2 could be an idea, let's say takes, then eventually, so if white could start launching those pawns upwards, then that would be a problem. Jan, hello there. So takes f4, f5, so it's kind of tricky. Not that black is worse, and I don't think black is worse at all, but if you make one slip here and a one slip there, one little slip everywhere, then you might run into some trouble. And something you don't want to do. So, I don't know. I do not know. This just doesn't look great. Now, queen d2, meaning taking doesn't look good. So if you take, you do give me very good chances as white. But really, that's what it boils down. I don't see a reason why Nakamura be worse. But let's take a look. He goes queen d4, asking where the bishop is going. And sometimes GMs do this. They want to know your intentions, and they want to know quick. So again, he wouldn't take because of the aforementioned f4, f5, so he drops back. Now that is sort of an honorary pawn, but it's a good one because it's over defending the d5 guy. You don't have this because of bishop f5, but maybe queen f4 makes sense just to switch places with the knight, and then you can have some pressure on that bishop. So sometimes it's more about shifting around your guys than anything else. There's a few things you can do. One of them is shift your queen here, press on that bishop, or start hammering that pawn down the board with g4, g5. Both is an idea. You can go g4, and if you manage to play g5, if this knight ever gets to g5, and you get to play on the h file, that will be take KO. So in fact, g4 is something that I would think about in this situation. Question is if black has enough counterplay before that happens. If that shows up on the board, problems. Queen c3 indeed, but what if I just go queen f4? That is still something to deal with, and probably Nakamura has to be precise. Because if you let me make those few moves, that's just boom. It's gonna be over. It's just gonna be terrible news. So the only question left here with Magnus on 5 minutes is if he's going to go, there goes queen d3. Bishop f5. And this is sort of deciding, okay, I am going for the piece. I don't want any trouble. I don't want to over push. And not that that's, a problem, but it does happen. Queen e3. He says, okay, we'll exchange. I will have a little pressure on your pawn, but let's be honest, that's fairly easy. Wait a second. Don't I win a pawn with queen c2? Because I do hit this pawn on a2 and b1. I have a feeling that Magnus is trying to stay solid, but he's overdoing it. Whenever he should be aggressive, he's just going to passive and saying, hey, I'm going to slow roll Hikaru. I'm not going for the big aggressive pushes. And I think it's backfiring. Queen c3. Still don't see what was wrong with taking, and queen c2. Queen c3, going for the endgame. It's funny how Magnus is trying to do his usual Magnus while Hikaru is trying to out Magnus Magnus. He's saying, okay, I'm fine with the endgame. I have no weaknesses. That's good. Queen c3, here comes the question. So if you exchange everything, this rook will be quite strong. Exchanges, I just move on in, that's a problem. So I do think that white could consider moving the queen away. However, still, I could take queen c2, and I don't like that a whole lot. Looks like a problem too. Now, obviously, if we start exchanging rook d1, the fair result is going to be a draw. What else? However, I do see some chances to go for a game with queen f4, or even queen b6 for that matter. You can go for e6 ideas, right? That's kind of the thing with the structure that Hikaru has. These guys aren't too safe. So if I manage just to invade with my rook and queen, oh, he's going for it. He says, yo, take my pawn. I go back, take it. I go e6, and then your king will be a little bit iffy on g8. If anything, that's more than enough counterplay for Carlsen. And look at the clock. Hikaru has 8 minutes. Magnus has 4 minutes. Magnus is being a bit hesitant, but it's a good choice. He is going for sharp play when the time is just about to tick down. And that begs the question, which side would you prefer? Tell me, which one would you prefer? So there's plenty of argument for both sides. Good argument for white for the attack. That's one thing. If you like attacking, you might take that side. But I'm not saying it's not defendable for Nakamura. He might be able to actually neutralize with coming back with the queen to f5, exchange queens, and then it's gonna be alright. But I don't know. That's why I'm curious. So more people, just a bit more people saying black is the one to be preferred. Takes, knight g6, and notice that Nakamura is going for counterplay and not going for the pawn. Wow. He's going for this e pawn and not that side a2 pawn. And that is something you keep in mind. You always want to take the central guy. Not the side ones, the central one. That's the pivotal one. If you can take that, you are in for a journey, a good old journey. There, queen f5, you can go queen c2. And press there. Just going for the endgame, and once the queens are exchanged, indeed, Nakamura knows it, and takes. Now again, that'll be a little tricky, because this knight will be quite powerful. However, objectively, I don't think this will be such an issue. Notice you can't take the e5 pawn. There's always knight d7, trickies at the board. It's kind of difficult to deal with. But you take and you just move the rook away. Now knight d4 is very good. You centralize, you put pressure, and you look for counterplay. And if Magnus gets the pawn, his pawn chain, ready, gets rook d1 in, and he doesn't lose all of his pawns on the queen side, then Nakamura will face some troubles. Because the king on g8 is very close to these guys, and if the e-pawn starts running, it's almost, well, checkmate is a bit harsh, but it can be very dangerous with the king being so close to the passed pawns. So people prefer a black. I understand that. That is quite reasonable. However, there's a very good practical chance here for Magnus even to swindle. So if you ask me, I wouldn't go as far as claiming that this is just a terrible situation for white. White even can win this game. Takes. And as we talked about it, you can't capture this knight d7, fork down, something nasty. You don't want to deal with that. I mean, rook c2 obviously is the big move. He goes king f8 because he knows we're in an endgame. Eventually, you want to walk this way. Maybe knight e7 makes sense. If you want to err on the side of safety, once these knights are gone, there's little to no chance of losing the game. So I kind of expect Nakamura to play knight e7, defending the pawn, and making sure that he's driving the knight away. Or rook c2. However, after rook d1, maybe rook d1, then you can go knight e7, with your rook already being active. Knight e7, I guess I am channeling that Hikaru. Knight e7 seemed like the safest, so he went for it. Knight d6, and I'm telling you, Magnus is not afraid, and he says, your king is iffy, and once these guys start rolling, and if I get my rook somehow behind your flanks, there, then there will be trouble. So even b4 is an idea. Takes, rook takes b7, and with this king being so uncomfortable on f8, this is suddenly a big shift. I actually would call this a chance for Magnus. So b4 is high up on the list. b4, that king, that knight, they're just too passive. You might have to just create counter chances yourself before white could get in there. If that rook ever gets that its foot down on b7, not gonna be a good news. That's kind of a trouble. A b4, d4, that could be a counter chance. So maybe black is fine. All right, I think black can be all right if gets counterplay enough. Again, a4 is the same idea. Defends and prepares this b4 break. Wants the rook in. So it's time for Hikaru to go on out, start getting active, because if you stay passive for too long, I think that will be a problem. So I think d4, you've got to rush it down. It takes plenty of moves to get there. Sorta tricky, sorta nasty. You got to face it. But you got to do that push. Knight c6 ain't that bad, but I can take on b7. Maybe rook d1 though. d4. So let's say you go here, I go rook d1, there, d4. Yep. And you don't have to ask Hikaru twice. Knight c6, you defend, and then you go gobbling. But don't forget, those guys are still quite strong and they can run down the board. Kinda tricky. Kinda tricky. There. Okay, knight c6. 2 minutes versus 3. Anything can happen. That d pawn is quite strong. I don't know. I don't quite know what's going on here. It can go either way. Let's say knight b5, rook b2, takes, I take. In fact, black might have winning chances of his own because he'll get an outside pawn majority on the other side. So knight b5, then I have, oh, that's kind of an illegal arrow. Sorry, Cupido. So knight b5 played, and even though this is very close to a draw, it's not a draw. I've seen positions won by Karpov. Close, but not a draw. Not at all. Rook b2, you exchange, takes, and also notice the time. Hikaru has 3 minutes versus Magnus is 2 minutes. Not that easy. Not that easy. And just because the computer cries draw doesn't mean it is. Rook d3, and rook d3 is actually saying, hey, I'm gonna fight. Probably king e7 makes sense. Once the king gets to d5, it is black who's calling the shots. In fact, if takes, rook b3, rook b4, not even sure anymore. This can go either way. This can go either way. King h2, I really don't like that move. King e6, king d5 will be on the menu. Let's say takes. Probably still a draw, but it is somewhat more uncomfortable for Magnus because you're not going to promote these guys on e5 and f4. Exchanges, you've got to take. King d5, you would have resigned on the spot. Rook d6, there. Guess back, you can go f5 or f5. b6, you defend. Rook b4 is coming there. So what Carlsen does is counter target that b pawn. However, f5, f6 will be a source of counterplay. I don't even know. So f5 is an idea. I don't know. Not quite sure. Rook b4, probably f5, f6. And yeah, I still stick to it. Still think that it's not dead. It's not like they have to agree to a draw, but it is getting closer to it now. I do have to admit, after knight d4, the chances of drawing became quite high. Quite high, I have to say that. You were unable to win. I am John. Well, you've got to take a look at Karpov games. Look at Karpov. That's something most of you should do because he has fine technique. Something not everybody has. Rook b4, f5. So here's the deal, and that's why Karpov was such a legend. He would win positions like this. It's impossible? No, it's not. It only takes a few slips by Magnus, and then there would be chances. However, Rook d6 was really good. And never can you take because you'll drop the b6 pawn. It's kind of ending sort of around this time. Sort of nasty. Alright, so this game is likely to be end in a draw. So if that is for sure, what should we predict for game number 3? Hope it won't be as Dreistück as dry it was in game number 1. What do you guys expect? More Berlin? Less Berlin? More Italian? Or Scotch? Any Scotch fans in the chat? Me, myself, not really. So draw was agreed. Draw was agreed. Was a bit slow to catch up, but nothing really happened here. Problem is, here, takes. And in this case, the a-pawn by itself won't promote, and this king is subject to all of these checks. So he did kind of decided to go for it a little bit, Magnus, but no, wasn't too convincing. You think it's going to be 1d4? Could be. Let me back up a bit in the critical moments. Here takes, and here Magnus went into a big think. Big think. So if takes, which happened, is not too ambitious. Actually here, takes should have tried something like queen d3, queen d2. Now, you'd say, but hey, what if they exchange the whole board? What if that happens? Let's say here, takes. Now there's a remarkable difference between the game and this position. One of them is that I have the c file, it's not black. Also, I have a knight on d4 which supports these e6 breaks. So if anything, this is something to hope for. for white here. Probably queen d3 is an option that you want to do. Now he didn't play it. Magnus wanted to keep it safe. Played takes b3 instead. I was suggesting bishop b3. He's going more positional on the d5 pawn. Magnus had a different plan. Now here he could have gone rook c5 as well and doubled this way. But Nakamura decided, hey, this queen on b6 is doing such a fine job. Why would I lock it up? I don't want to do that. So rook c7, keep it open, and still going for this one. Bishop b1, rook c8, takes, getting the c file, queen d4, bishop e6. And one of the things that I did not understand is why he didn't go g4, go for g5, or just go queen f4 and knight d4. Both of these cases, I felt that this is quite good. So let's see, g4, what can Nakamura do? Now queen exchanges does make sense in this case. Or queen c5. Okay, those are options. Knight c6 is also an idea. Queen f4, yeah. But sometimes you could even go knight g6. In fact, I was wondering if queen c3, if you exchange, the reason why this would be kind of dumb is I have pressure on your guy on g4. And eventually, just like in the game, black will get good counterplay. Knight c6 at d4. Queen f4, just keeping it at it. This guy's defended, so there's no threats. And maybe knight g6 is something that white didn't like. Even though, I don't know, I still kind of like the idea of taking. And this bishop isn't the best on this planet. Or even queen g3, g5. In this case, I think that could work. What do you guys think? Should he go g4, queen f4? Or do you enjoy queen d3 instead? Yep, queen d3 was played, but honestly, I'm not a fan. Not a fan. I mean, queen d3 just runs into these exchanges, and I felt that Magnus was just trying to play it way too safe. So got the same exact position without those bishops, but already there's just not enough pieces left to win the game. And after knight e7, rook c2, this d4, d3 plan was just too strong. So that's kind of the issue there. So probably the biggest chance would be g4 and queen f4. But I don't know about you guys. Me, I think one thing is clear. Magnus is hesitant playing Nakamura and doesn't want to blow it all up. Now in the first few sets, he was dominating, that is Nakamura. He had good shots, good opportunities, and then he went, boom, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna deal with it. Said, that's gonna be alright, and I'm not gonna be in trouble. Then he lost plenty of games. For the first time, he is a bit scared. I think a Magnus of high optimism would go g4, g5 and say, heck yeah, let's go. Let's go. One of my favorite players, so many. Bronstein, David Bronstein is high up there. Nepo is amazing. Geary is in the top 1,000 of my favorites. So many great guys. Exciting, exciting. Caruana Nepo, pretty good. So g4, g5, very much in a fighting mood, something that I would like to see. And I'm kind of thinking that's what's going on. Like, he just doesn't take those chances. When he should be taking them. Nope, just refuses to do so. Which I understand because he's been burned before. Tal obviously is high up on my legends list. Love him, great player. Where would you put Lasker, people, though? Where would you put him? Tal is a genius. Tal is an absolute monster. Is an absolute monster. Yeah, that's my question. Where would you put Lasker on your all-time list? Top 15. So Workday Pegasus, I have a question for you. Not just for you only, but for the chat. Top 15 of all time. He's been the longest reigning champion. And he's not even in the top 3? I'm heavy on wondering there. How can you not put Lasker on top 3? I mean, you can put Geary on 4, but how can you not put Lasker in the top 3 of best of all time? I mean, I get it. Longevity or talent. You could also go by that. Don't push me. It's true. It's possible. Some are more talented than others. But hey, look at it. Capablanca is talented, but he wasn't as a long reigning champion as Lasker. So I'm always shocked to see Capablanca high up there. Other guys high up there. Sometimes they say, oh, longevity matters. Longevity matters. And other times they say, who cares? Who cares about longevity? He's so talented. He is number 1. For example, Anand. You know that he's been up there for long years. World champion in all formats. Does he get any good reps? No. And that's wrong, my people. That's wrong. You won all categories. Blindfolded, not blindfolded, with computer, with no computer, chess, no chess, 960, knockout, not knockout, round robin, you run in circles, you don't run in circles, you're playing a match, you're not playing a match, you play it again, boom, you win, you play it again, boom, he wins again. That's what you see, man. He won everything. Yet, what does Anand get? Anand didn't do quite well against a teenager called Magnus Carlsen. Dude, if you look at respectively with Lasker saying 22 years, longevity, he did lose to young guy, but I don't know. What can you do? What can you do there? But whenever they say Anand, top 3, all-time best, they say no. No, hold up. I don't think you're right. I don't think you're on the money. I think you're wrong. And I'm kidding. Because he deserves high praise. He's still out there. He played everybody. He played Korchnoi. He played Kasparov. He played all the big gangsters. He played Kasparov, Karpov, everyone. Yet he's still up there lurking on the top. I'm not saying Carlsen won't be on the very top of the podium of the Hall of Fame of chess. Yes, of course, he's fantastic. He's wonderful. He is a brilliant. But the game has started. All right, it is this game again. Just to finish my rant, really, you're gonna not respect Anand to be a long reigning world champion, also winning all types of titles, even on days when he didn't know what to expect. Come on. Bishop g5. Whoa. So they're doing the same thing as game 1. Here, Hikaru played a3, bishop g5, f6, back to c1. Now, if I was your coach, I tell you, don't dare even suggest this. Don't even dare suggest it. And that would be nasty. I get it. You think it's cool. It ain't funny. However, there's a weakening of this move with f6, and sometimes you can use the fact that not only is this pawn on d5 weak, but this long e2 g8 diagonal is a target. So if I could get a sniper over there, let's say with this long elaborate plan of bishop b5, a4, b3, that could be an issue. And sometimes this is high-level chess. You create weaknesses for time. Because you're saying, in 15 moves, this is going to be importante. This is going to be important. 15 moves. 15 moves. So, alright. Lima Dado saying Carlsen 1, Kasparov 2, Fischer 3, Tal 4, Capablanca 5. Where's Anand? Where's Anand? Where is Vishy Anand? The Lightning Kid. Mr. Light Speed. Like, I get it. Carlsen's great. Kasparov is great. Fischer's great. Tal is super talented. Capablanca's super talented. But longevity? Excuse-moi. Excuse-moi. What you doing to my heart right there? What you doing to my heart? You're breaking it. You're breaking it, tearing it apart. Now don't get me wrong. You're entitled to your opinion. Everybody is. I'm just shocked that nobody gives the due respects. You got to give your respects where it's due. End of rant. I might be back. No promises. Knight e7. So tries to build up a solid structure. And again we see this French / Petrov. Now f6, even though it's ugly, it has a good point. It holds and controls this juicy e5 square. Can't quite go there because my pawn is there to control. Not d2. Kind of assume there's a bishop f5. Now knight d2, at first I didn't get what's the point of this move. I think he wants to play c4. Kind of surprising. I would think that, oh, what's the point? Probably one thing is it wants to go against bishop g4. Second of all, wants to open it up for these guys on c1 and f1. Actually, top number 1, me. Right on, right on. Good choice, bias. Alright, c4 is a coming. It's really on the agenda. Carlsen ain't enjoying this. Because once Hikaru gets the bishops out, White will have an advantage if he gets the open position. So he might be wondering how he can hold it back. Now bishop f5 is the natural move I would want to play, but then maybe c4, and after gazillion exchanges, the bishop gets out. Now notice, if I go bishop d3, that's still fine. So I kind of assume c4 is coming. Yes, it's showing up. If dc, then knight c4. That's kind of a problem. Captures. Take. I mean, this looks good for white. Probably one of the ideas that black could do is to go something like c6, hold the fort. So if white actually doesn't want to push, because the knight would just hop to e4, c6, indeed, he is going for those exchanges. c4, cd, and after those exchanges, c4, yes, you get those bishops out. But no, you don't get the advantage, you will get an isolated pawn. That's what Mr. Carlsen is banking on. He's trying for those exchanges, take, and then he hopes that there's not enough material left. Will white will be better? Yes. Chess Royale, thank you for the raid. Appreciate it. And I messed it up. Shame. It ain't 39, it is 30. Alright. a4, getting this bishop out. My apologies. Just concentrating on the game. In any case, bishop is getting out. Boom, there be pressure on those knights. They're gonna be all skewered. This is actually the first game for Hikaru for a long time. I mean, long time. For 2 sets. 2 sets. 8 games. Till he had a position where he could push for an advantage. I kind of assume bishop a3 still is going to be played. And he will get that slight little bit of an advantage that you hope for. Just a tidbit. Just a incy one. But I don't know. Do you think it'll be enough, chat? Do you think it'll be enough? Now bishop a3 is a comment. And there'll be multiple exchanges, but white does get the bishop pair. Well, Magnus is playing black, so him getting the advantage? Maybe. A heavy maybe. Not quite sure. Not quite yet. That is. Chess is a long strategic game. You never know what to expect. And you don't know. But at the moment, those bishops just look nicer than those ponies and gnats. I don't think it's that clear. I don't think it's that good for Carlsen. Eventually, black will have to concede, and then we'll see if Hikaru can convert. Not an easy conversion, by the way. Not an easy conversion. but it's possible. So let's take a look. Guys, predictions. Here's the question. Now it's easy. I can tell that white is better. Also, I like that idea of rook b1. Bias, that's a good move. Love it. Rook b1's nice. You put pressure and then you want to undermine that knight afterwards. That makes a lot of sense. In fact, love it. Might be even the best move. Just logical. Rooks love open files. Just like in Magic the Gathering, you want to draw cards. You want to have more cards. That's the way you win. More cards, more developed pieces. Most likely you're winning. Same here. Your rook wants to be on the open file. And I'm wondering why he's thinking. This is not a hard decision. You either go rook b1 or you go bishop a3. It shouldn't take this much time. What if he goes full off 0 at h4? Well, first we would call for the doctor. Second of all, we would call for the doctor. Because it's not healthy to act like a robot. I wouldn't call that schizophrenic or anything, but I definitely would check the vitals. Not an idea I'm too fond of in this position. I understand. People and computers love these moves, and it's good. Sometimes, not here. You want to develop first. Later on, you can do your shenanigans with your h4, h5 and stuff. But here, right now, you want to get your folks out first. Also, I don't really see the point of pushing that pawn. Mostly, you are creating a target instead. So not a fan. Birthday, thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. Also, I want to hear noises. Some noises from you guys. Is Nakamura gonna do it this game? Or nope, not really. c5. The c5 is a little strange. Because it closes down the position. Maybe he wants to go c4, but I don't like it. Because once I take, in this what? Knight b3. With c4 I could take, get my knight on d5. Knight b3, I don't like this. Maybe, just maybe he wants to play against the b7 pawn, but I don't know. This is sort of the situation that you would love to have. You're hoping this ain't another draw. Well, you're not alone. Queen d7. Now, bishop f4. You could even start expanding with g5, knight g6. So in fact, that c5 move was something that I didn't like. Because these knights are sort of comfortable and these bishops lag those targets. They say, oh, bishops, ooh, bishops. Ooh, worship all of them bishops. In a close position like this, ain't nothing. It does nothing. absolutely nothing to have those bishops. Just not a benefit for you at all. Just not. Like bishop f4, I'd expect something like g5, knight g6. Bishop f4 is kind of in the idea of looking good, but ain't good enough. Hey Casper, how are you? You're just joining at the height of drama. It's 2-2, and they're going at it. It's also 1-1. 2 games left of this set. Indeed. And to be honest with you, I like black. These guys are active. There's a target on c2. Could even roam to e4. That's a juicy square you want to get. Ah man, I don't like this for Nakamura. If you go a5, I just go a6. Nothing special. You can't even exchange. You've got to deal with the c2 pawn. Man, that looks awful, man. It's just terrible. If anyone calls the shots here, it ain't white. I don't believe that this is anything special. It's indeed a bit more active for black on the king side. Knight e4 is coming. These guys are a bit passive. And knight g5, knight e4 incoming. Don't know what to think. What do you guys think? Tell me. Told you what I think. I think black is fine. Black is more than fine. h5. Va-va-vu. Can I just take that pawn? Takes. Ah, so if you take bishop g4, I take on g6. And then I have repetition with my bishop. Very interesting choice by the Magnus. Ahoy, Angelo Dossoar! What is up? What is up? White knight and bishop is in bad positions. Yes, these guys are awful. h4, not a happy move, but I'm not sure about this pawn either. Maybe bishop g4 makes sense. The idea is the same like we've seen in the beginning of the game. Bishop g1, bishop c1, provoking f3 and then just go back. Just to defend that guy. Or go knight h6, knight g4. That's an idea. But I'm sort of looking for bishop g4 instead. I know f3 happens, but f3 ain't the end of the world. Nor is it too bad for black, and also it defends against those ideas. I'm kind of wondering what he'll do. Both bishop g4 and knight h6 is high up on my list. But I don't know. Not at all. Quite uncertain which way to go here. Quite uncertain. Okay. Now you could go bishop g4, knight h6, knight g4. Same idea. I don't know. It's still tricky. Still sort of a tricky position. Um, but I feel that black is fine. Black should be okay around now. Although anything can happen. Like, these bishops are like sleeping lions. If they awake, then things can go awry. Just really bad. So I'm wondering which way it'll go. Now, Carlsen is in deep tank. Has 7 minutes to Hikaru's 10, which ain't great. Bishop g4. What did I tell ya? What did I tell ya? What I told you was Bishop g4 is gonna come. He is trying to provoke this, go bishop f5, and then enjoy its time. That's what's up. That's what's up. Sis is saying plus 0.16. I still think it is roughly balanced. Most of White's pieces are a little bit scattered, so I don't think it's such a big deal so far. Now, that's the other thing with computers. Computer would say, you are beautiful. You are beautiful. Now, I understand when they tell you you're beautiful, you're not going to say, hey man, I'm a hideous fellow. I'm a hideous guy. Don't patronize me. Everybody would say, "Aw, the computer finally found the value within me." That's what you would say. Computers say, you're pretty, your position is great, you have the space, you've got the bishop pair. What do you want, boy? What do you want, boy? There anything more that you would want more? Obviously you wouldn't. You'd say, that's fine with me. That's just perfect. That's just perfect. They tell you it's good, it's all good in the hood. But that's not enough. In chess, you've got to pinpoint what's working and what's not. I'm gonna do that for you. So a5 was trying to push that a6 move in and activate the rook and the bishop. However, there are issues, and that is, how are you going to open up the position? I get it, you've got the bishop pair, but by itself, that's not going to win you a vacation. Ever, anywhere. The only way you could try to undermine the situation is with bishop d3, but after that, you do exchange off one of your bishops. So I don't really consider that too much of an advantage. What's the difference between CES and Stockfish? They have different value systems. Now, I don't know the details, I'm not going to get into it either. But they have different set of values. Some of them look at space. Some of them look at dynamics. Now here, if you just give it to an pedestrian engine, they'd say space, bishop pair, what else would you want? But as grandmasters and seasoned players, we can tell you it's not that easy. If you can't get inside, if you can't actually target this b7 pawn, you're not going to get an advantage. Maybe the best shot that White has is to play c4 and create a pathway closer to the b pawn. Rook e1, so he's going for the exchange, and I would assume that his plan is to go and break it open with c4 somehow. Now rook e1 was a good idea, because there is no more counterattacking chances for Carlsen. So he will have a free hand on trying to win the game. So in some sense, this is
a one result. Actually, not one, but he's the only one pushing for the win. Otherwise, it's going to be a draw. That's what we're looking at, and that's what we're wondering for. Bishop e6, typical grandmaster move, stopping c4, and also getting that knight in. Note it also is going to surround this guy on h4, which is kind of the problem child. So I see chat saying, Cess is a supercomputer, Stockfish is normal. I don't really know much else. Yeah, but there is that basic difference, and the basic difference is one of them uses a different method to the other one. Now, at the moment, we do claim Cessa is better, although I don't know if they actually had played a match before. Bishop f5, so they're repeating. I'm not sure if Hikaru is going to accept, because Hikaru has a chance to push here. Still good hope for him to push. I mean, that's kind of the big question, YouTuber. Whether the b7 pawn can be exploited. And computers see that, hey, got space, you've got those bishops. But that's just not enough. You've got to get close to the weaknesses. And there's not enough weaknesses in the position to get that exploitation going. So I'm not saying white is not better. Could be better, but it ain't a whole lot. Unless you somehow create a way to get close to the b pawn. Bishop f5. Let's see. And it's gone. It's a draw. Your computer will be shouting that, hey, white is better. White is so much better. But again, space is not enough. You've got to target weaknesses. It's only one weakness in the position. Not enough. Not enough. "38 CPUs, what does that mean?" The Akan? Curious. Yeah, they just repeated the moves, going back and forth with bishop d3. Back and forth. And that was just a repetition. Nothing special. Not something great. 38 processor is powerful. Yep. I mean, that's actually what shows that, actually, I have to admit, that's a good computer. Cessa already knew that this is not such a big advantage. In fact, this is just fine. This is just fine for black. Draw agreed, indeed. All right, so let's take a look. What happened? So they repeated the same thing. A3 was played in the previous game, which was avoided by Nakamura, where he actually had some terrible problems to solve. He gone bishop g5, f6, bishop c1, and I love this cheeky maneuver because it shows that chess is more than just making good moves. It's all about strategy. Strategy is where it's at. Why is this a strategic move? Well, Hikaru was saying, yo, I'm gonna use this diag for my benefit, and I don't care if I'm wasting time. It's a close position. What are you gonna do about it? What are you gonna do about it? We went knight e7, a3, takes, knight d6, knight d2, and I'm full of praise of this move by Hikaru. Not only walks away from the spin, which is impossible right now, I have that square attacked, also preparing c4. Here, c4, c6, a4 I also like, just activating this guy. But I hated c5. From my bottom of my heart, I would have loved to see bishop a3, and this bishop actually puts a lot of pressure, even if you exchange. At the end of the day, these bishops are just powerful. Even if I don't do anything special. I don't even check anything concrete, just go queen d2, bishop b3, and eventually we'll open it up with c4. Now with these bishops actually lurking around and sniping around the board, now maybe h4, h5 will be an idea just to create a second weakness. So if you ask me, I definitely would have gone this direction. Not that Magnus is a loss, but this could have been problematic. And something that you wouldn't want to see, and it's something that it's very hard to deal with. By the way, are you guys big fans of the bishop pair? Meanwhile, I get some fresh water, because I need that. Need that fresh water. Not a big fan of the bishop pair, but you respect it. That's nice. That is nice. I hate it when plastic bags and plastic cups stop working. You don't know how to play with the bishop there. Yeah, it does take a lot of crafting. And there's Mr. Fisher. For that, or anything, you want to check that out. The bishop there is superior. JRX, this was the exception in this game. Which isn't that surprising, by the way. Can you tell me, guys, why the bishop pair was so clumsy this game? It's not the bishop pair when you have it. Yep. Alright, so definitely this would have been the better choice. Getting these pawns in there and then try to open it up. I really hated c5. Honestly, I'm not a fan. Because you're closing the position. And that's not what your bishops want. Knight here, knight b3, queen d7, takes. h5 was pretty cool. Because if takes, then there is this very nice little drawing line. Your queen has nowhere to go. And that will be repetition. If you go here, g5, the queen is trapped. That's not ugly. If you ask me, that's quite a sexy way of playing chess. Giving a pawn just to trap the lady. That's the draw right there. Bios. That's the reason you've got to go and avoid that. That's why he didn't take, because I have this bishop g4, bishop f5, repetition, h4, bishop g4. By the way, this is a typical idea in Carl-Khan structures, so that's one of those things and things that make these super grandmasters different. They know these patterns. They know that bishop g4 is an idea of luring this lady away. You like open positions because you like the bishops. I feel ya. That's why I didn't like c5 in general. f3, bishop f5, a5, a6, knight h6, exchanges here. I mean, the last plan that I would have is to go for c4 of sorts, trying to open it up. Maybe that's the last moment where you can try. However, black should be okay. So bishop e6, controlling the d5 square and also planning to get in the knight. By all recounts, this looks quite good. So, bishop e6 would have been a problem. Rook e1 takes, bishop e6. Immediately spotting that there's no c4 afterwards. Peach, thank you for the follow. And bishop d3, bishop f5 here. And even though black is a little bit passive, we talked about before, you can't get close to that b pawn, which is a problem. Problem child. So they decided to repeat. And to be honest with you, maybe this was a bad computer preparation. I'll tell you my theory. So Chris, who works as Hikaru's second, Chris Littlejohn, probably plugged it in and thought that this gives a smidgen of an advantage for white. Probably Hikaru checked it, said okay, looks like an advantage, bishop pair, fine. But they didn't quite delve deep enough, and that's kind of the detriment of playing these rapid games. You don't have enough time to elaborate on the situation. And that is kind of the reason why at first sight you think, okay, c5 could be really good, and in fact might have been detrimental to the position. What online rating is it useful to study some openings? Choose one opening, study that, keep playing it, and then you become a master. You'll become a master of that opening, and from there, you can go up, upwards and upwards. That's what you want to do. Choose an opening, choose the Spanish, choose the dragon, keep playing, and in no time, after like 50 games, you'll know the patterns. And that helps you become a stronger player quite quickly. And chess, in this sense, is quite simple. That's what I think there. So again, I think this computer preparation by Hikaru was interesting. I think knight d2 c4 had to be a good choice, but he didn't follow up correctly. Whatever works for you. I'm really not judging anyone for their opening choices. Although I do wish for everyone to play 1e4 and d4 openings because you want to experience this game. You want to have fun. You don't want to do exactly the same things which the London kind of gives you. So all the time, play 1e4, play straight up 1d4 like you see by the big players. Don't get, just don't get into these lazy patterns. With black, obviously, you want to practice and become better. That's very important. You studied it, well, study those openings, like study those sidelines, Diakan. You've got to build the whole human. First you build a skeleton, and then you go all up, and it's going to work. Just go from bottom to the top. Build it up. Check out all the notes. There's plenty of material you can use on Chess.com, on Lichess. Both of them have opening trees. Just analyze your games. And that's what I'm telling you, all of you. Analyze your games. In fact, Saturdays, oftentimes we do analyze, and on Discord, we take a look at games as well. So there's a good reason to sub or follow if you're interested to better yourself as a player. All right, let's see. Is there a round yet? Not quite yet. Not quite yet. We'll see if we get there though. Now I do understand the frustration. People do play silly things online, and that is kind of frustrating. I think that's why serious guys who like good, straight up chess don't play that well online, like Ding Liren. He's a straight up D4 guy, very strong player, but he's not that good at it because he's just not good at nonsense. But if you would ask him what to do against the best of the best lines, he'd be top notch. For a good reason, he's 2800 plus ish. He's a very strong guy, and if he would be a little bit more confident, I think he would get, or he might even get, a shot at the World Championship title. Because as you all might know, the candidates is still suspended, so who knows? Who knows? He might become the challenger. So we've got a last game, the fourth one. And I wonder, are we going to see a dramatic game, the decisive result, or just a draw? I don't know. Magnus might go for the draw, but I think he's going to push. He will be keeping the safe distance and will be pushing a little bit. You think he's going to crush Naka? I don't know, it hasn't been happening so far, Limadado. So I'm not sure about that one. But it's a possibility. So it's going to be e4. See Rati opening. Could be d4 as well. Wonder what it's going to be. So the Italian didn't work the last time. Doesn't mean he might not repeat. He might just repeat. "90% of positions have the same moves." Well, that's not true. I mean, it's true if you're going down on the list, because most of the people who are just beginners or just starting the game, they're just copycatting. They're just copying whatever they learned. Stronger you get, you're looking for novel solutions. Maybe similar patterns, but novel solutions in that specific position. So it's similar, but ain't the same. All right, we've got a game. Whoa, so the terrible thing has happened, but c4, he's going for it. Magnus is going for it. He's saying, I'm gonna punish you for queen b6. I'm curious if punishment is going to be swift. This does look like white is saying, hey, I am going all in. I'm trying to win it. In it to win it. That's crazy. So I guess what you can do is capture back and go knight d2. You're giving up a pawn, but black is losing a heck a lot of time, which will be crucial. So that will be do or die. That'll be do or die in both cases. Don't know what's gonna happen. That can be a problem. This looks extremely sharp. And if you ask me, oh, I'd still say that this is gonna be a heck of a ride. Thank you for the follow, Grandmaster. So if takes, I think taking is fine. Maybe in that case, Queen d4. Oh no! I hate Queen d4. Instead of going all in, he just says, oh no, I'm not going all in. Forget it. Just goes Queen d4. Not that it's not an idea. Black is 1, 2, 3 moves away from castling, and that can be tough to handle when white is only 1, 2 moves away from actually setting up some threats. Even knight b5 is nasty with knight c7. So I don't know. Not quite clean and not quite clear yet. Magnus is in the tank. Hikaru seems to be in book. But I don't believe this. I just don't believe this thing. But do you believe it, chat? Do you believe in this? Last game, last round game, yes, Balush. Last round game, indeed. Magnus is not feeling it. Not feeling it, but I don't know. I still can't think of this position as not being good for white. The bishop is still on f8. You're 3 moves away from castling. If that's not good for white, nothing is. This really has to be better for white here. $12 to 15. I don't know. He's thinking a lot. Yep, knight c3 is the move that I wanted. You should press if you can. Note that, ooh, knight b5, knight b5, and knight b5, there's knight d5. Now notice that there's this isolated pawn. Everybody's crying wolf when they see a d4 pawn. However, white's pieces are more active. There, knight b5, you still have knight d5, just covering this square. Bishop b3, could even go knight e5 there. White is for sure not worse. In fact, must be better, because black will need some 3 moves to develop. Still a good choice. I like what Carlsen has done so far. Maybe rook c1 or castles. In both cases, black will have to waste sometimes to put the king into safety, and white will be able to press just a little bit. Will it be decisive? We shall see, but I don't know if it's that bad. Notice that bishop on c8 is terrible, so that's kind of the compensation for the d pawn. King e2, I hate this move. Why do I hate this? because the king needs to be in safety. There's still rooks on the board. Don't think that this king will be safe after an eventual opening of the center. The thinking e2 was a mistake. Just isn't what you want. Talking about videos and lectures, we have them. Just check out our YouTube. Tutorials for beginners and higher ranked people. Both is right there on our channel. Yeah, now rook d1, rook c1 is coming. White is not worse, but I don't think it's better after king e2. That king is just not belonging there. Could even go bishop b4, just to dissuade d5 from happening. I have a feeling that Magnus might just do an overkill. He might get that fake sense of safety, when in fact, he might get into danger. So if I get my bishop to c6, create an outpost on d5, black will be just doing a-okay. Plenty of things black can do. Can go here and castle, go bishop b4, bishop d7. Plenty of ways to play. I think this is fine. Bishop b4 played. Yeah, he's trying to do the same thing he's been facing, maybe even taking and go bishop d7. Just pinpointing the fact that this king is on e2 and ain't doing so swiftly and smoothly on e2. I guess just castles. You don't have to do anything. This is just fine. This is just more than fine. Maybe rook d1 and bishop d7. Nothing too special. Knight e5. So this is one of those things, what makes GM special, they notice your weakness and they're gonna play against it. So he hopes to keep that bishop locked in, and even if it goes to c6, white can capture. Rook d8, probably just rook d1, bishop d7. I don't think it's a lot for white, but white can pretend to be better. Maybe he can even go knight d3, harass that bishop and get that knight to c5. Thank you for the follow, Loki. Rook d8, just pressing there. Believe it or not, sometimes you can even go rushing with your g and h pawn on the side with g6, because this bishop is not quite ready to counterattack. Black will be forced to either go knight d5 and somehow play b6, but I don't believe that because there's knight c6 ideas. So I'm kind of thinking bishop d8, bishop d7, bishop e8 is coming up next. Maybe knight d3, knight c5. Just trying to attack that b7 pawn if this bishop moves. So maybe, just maybe, there is a bit of a hope here for white. A slight bit, but I don't think it's a whole lot. But what do you guys think? Is white better? Is Carlsen going to push this till victory? Honestly, I don't see Nakamura really getting in big trouble. He might, but I'm not sure if it's going to happen. I don't know. Knight d3, knight c5 still on tap. But honestly, I think Hikaru's just fine. 12 minutes, both of them around that hour. Hikaru looks intense, but he doesn't look too concerned. Magnus, on the other hand, doesn't look happy. And I don't blame him. There's no reason to feel happy in this position. Indeed, bishop d7. Hikaru is saying, please take my sniper. Please take it. And then he could double up. He's really begging for it. But obviously, Carlsen ain't gonna do a favor such as that, because in that case, the d pawn will. He took on d7. What the heck? What's going on? Taking. Wow. Wow. I'm flabbergasted. What is going on? Taking that horrible bishop. Is he saying he has the bishop there and that's gonna be cool? But how? A3, if I takes, then I will have a center. I don't think that's that bad. Bishop e5, I just go knight d5. Yeah. Still not impressed. Not impressed at all. Maybe it's playable, but it ain't really that much. Just doesn't look that good. Just doesn't look that good. Just doesn't look good. King e2, yep. King is in the middle. However, it's just not ideal because of the pressure. Probably bishop e5 is on tap. That's the plan. a3, sort of hoping for takes. And with those two pawns in the center, as I mentioned before, you would have some chances. But obviously you would go bishop e7. Or you could even consider bishop d6. Just try to exchange one pair of bishops. And in that case, the situation will be kind of even. I think bishop d6 is kind of the move that is high on the list. Why wouldn't you want to exchange it off? Okay, he doesn't do it. Goes bishop e7, bishop e5. And when this bishop is here, it's swiftly protected by this charger pawn. Supporting it is kind of nice. But the only thing lacking for white so far is an entry square. Just like in the previous game, what you need in a position to win is to be able to enter. If you can't enter, there's trouble. There is trouble. And that's just what's going on over here. Not enough space. Not enough space. Knight g4. Just trying to exchange that bishop off. Okay. Now, even if you manage to take that, that actually creates a good structure for white. However, white never ever has d5 dynamics afterwards. Are we going to see bishop f4, knight f6? Well, take your bets. We might just see that sort of repetition. Bishop g3. Now Nakamura has actually a choice. He can go back. Oh, what a shocker. Also, he has this idea. I wonder if Magnus is gonna take the draw. Something tells me he will. Something tells me that he is gonna do it. Now it can be dangerous. Oh, he goes for knight a4. He says, I've got the bishop pair. I'm happy. I am gonna try to win this game, which is good news for us, because that means we're gonna see some fight. That's good. That is good. As a fan of chess, happy to see it. Bishop d6 makes sense, but there's this knight c5 idea. And if white gets the knight on c5, you will have to exchange that knight this bishop for the knight. And once I get a better structure and the bishop pair, you're in trouble. This is OP play. OP play by Magnus. I think just repeating wasn't a great idea by Hikaru. And knight a4 is annoying, because you don't have the luxury to allow knight c5. And if you take, you move the rook, I have rook c7, and I'm gonna gobble something. Not a piece, but at least a pawn. In both cases, that just looks dicey. Black must take the knight, I think so. Taking seems like something that has to happen. Nakamura 9 minutes versus Magnus's 8:40. Now that's a good question, and I'm wondering how well that's gonna go. Looks like an issue. Looks like an issue. Definitely a problem. Black must take. Yeah, b5. Wow, that's a nice move. Point is, if you take, I have rook b7, and the b2 pawn is hanging. That's a subtle little idea. So if anything, it looks quite good. If you move the bishop, however, you didn't accomplish a whole lot, because I still have pressure on the d-pawn, and my b-pawn ain't that weak. Can even push it up with b5, b4. In both cases. Hey, 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 what's up? It's kind of tricky. Kind of tricky. Takes. And that's again typical way of playing. You are trying to open up the position for the bishops. Probably a4. There, takes. You go here, it takes. And you have bishops kind of sniping down the board. And if you could get somehow around the a6 pawn, that's the moment it would go all down. Yeah, a4 rook b7, that is the big plan there. Rook d8. But that's not a big deal, I don't think. You can just go bring the king up. And this will be very dangerous, because I can go bishop b7, gobble the pawn, get my rook in there, and these guys are very passive. And that's kind of the unwritten tale of these isolated pawns. You get active pieces in return. It's something you're not mindful of a lot of times. You get that extra. You get those extra moments that you don't get in other cases. No wonder this was beloved by the patriarch himself. Mr. Michal Botvinnik. Thank you for the follow. This is actually kind of nasty. For Hikaru, I think there is a chance he can lose this. This ain't simple. You go rook c4, so I'm not pinned. And then bishop b7, bishop c7. With this king being awfully close. And I have to admit, king e2 was OP. By Carlsen. Such a foresight. 15 moves ago I thought, oh my god, that king ain't great. And then he proved to be correct. And it's just insane. It's just insane. Rook c4, bishop b7. A come in and I don't know. It just doesn't look good. This looks closer to a loss than anything else. Rook c4 come in, bishop b7 come in. That's kind of a problem. By all means, it's kind of irritating, to be honest with you. Kind of irritating. So rook c4 is a come in, bishop b7. It's gonna be kind of nasty. Nasty to face. Not saying that black can't hold. It's maybe possible. But being a king down is just awful. It is just awful over here. What is he thinking about? He is just double checking if he wants the rook on c3 or c4, still, or maybe even a5, fixing it. But he does play rook c4, knight h5, hoping to get into that opposite colored endgame. It's actually a good choice because that's not hopeless. But even that, if you lose this guy, my king is so close that it might not even matter that you have that bishop. He has bishop e5, f6, trying to force the exchange. Bishop e5, f6. Yep. So what he's saying that, okay, I'm gonna give up a pawn, don't care, I will get the opposite colored bishops. And that's a good defense by Nakamura. In fact, if not for this one, might have been a bit, wait, bishop d7, that's nothing special I can take here, takes, that's just a draw. Black builds a fortress. Not that white believes in it, but it is still a fortress. There is nothing there. Literally nothing you can hope for. It's gonna be a 2-2 in a 2-2 match. Takes g4, king walks in, and black has an impenetrable fortress. You can't get close. It's just a draw. That's what it is. Nothing going on. If you go here, try to pick this one up, just go king d6. And they're just staring at each other. Predictions. Predictions for the Armageddon. Actually, it's not Armageddon yet, but for the tiebreaker. What do you guys think? Will it be an Armageddon? Might be. Might be. Let's see. They're still at it, but this is objectively drawn. Even if this king ever comes up to g6, king f8, and the crucial pawn on g7 is defended. You're going to repeat. Second blitz will decide. Okay. This is actually a scary moment for Nakamura, to be honest with you. Quite scary. What do I think? I think Carlsen is inching closer. Carlsen is more likely to win this third set than Nakamura is, because I see this was shaky. Black had to find some really good defensive ideas. Knight h5, f6 was high on the list. That was very strong, something that had to be played. Draw agreed. Not shocked. It's dead drawn. You can't break through the fortress. Sad thing, and kind of ironic when we talk a bit of Carlsen, which is kind of crazy. So chat, what do you think? What do you think? I think Carlsen's been pushing. I don't think that there's anything going to happen. I don't see anything. I don't see any pushes from Nakamura. This last two sets, he's been the underdog. He hasn't been having great positions, except for that one game where he could get the bishop there, but that's all I saw, really. Going back here. Now this would have been very dangerous if white manages to play bishop b7, takes. In fact, you might be just lost because I maneuver my bishop all the way to c5 and it's game over. My king is close, you can't deal with it, and your king is almost cut off. I can even cut your king off with bishop c6, and your king is basically stumped, really. So here, knight h5 was a critical move. Let's just refresh a little bit. Game ended in a draw, we know that. So knight h5 was a very strong move. Bishop e5, f6, and just in time. This is a very ugly move that black had to play, creating plenty of weaknesses, but luckily for Hikaru, he has opposite colored bishops, and that rook is sort of pinned. There's no way it's going to be terrible. So here, takes, and this is just a draw. Nothing to brag about. All right. Let's see if they have a new game. Not yet, not yet. Okay, so let's just check what happened here. Let's just check what happened in the beginning. So c5, c4. And this is a typical idea that you'd think is logical. And it is very, very logical. Why is c4 such a good move? So when your opponent is playing on the sides, it is kind of an idea to strike in the center. So c4 is saying, hey, you are trying to gobble my pawns. However, if you do, queen d6, obviously queen b2, knight d2, and that queen on b2 ain't doing great. because takes bishop c4. And here's a famous saying from none other than Magnus Carlsen. If it takes 2 moves for you to castle, that's alright. That's alright and groovy. You're still doing fine. However, if it takes 3 moves for you to castle, then there's a problem. And for black, it's 1, 2, 3 moves to castle. And I hadn't even talked about the fact that your queen might get trapped. It can be outrageous and not good. Therefore, Hikaru says, okay, man, not gonna go for this. Gonna do something else instead. So, instead, he goes c takes d4, counter punching in the center, queen d4. Now, queen d4, I'll be honest with you, I hate it. Hate it. It's awful. Why is it awful? Because it doesn't play like a boss. And when you play chess, you should play like a boss. Queen d4 is fine, don't get me wrong. But he takes d4 would say, hey, if you take, I'll go knight d2, and we get the same situation. Your queen is in danger, and your king is in the middle. Enough compensation. More than enough. I would even say that this compensation might be even more than just that. It's an advantage. He goes queen d4, but that is typical Carlsen. He's going for these slight advantages, and I think that might actually backfire later on in this event or in this set. Knight d7, knight c3, takes, e takes. And I feel that there's a bit of hesitation when I see Magnus play these days, or at least in this match versus Hikaru. Like, he takes second chances. He doesn't go all in. He says, okay, I don't want to risk. I'm not going to get de-isolated immediately. I'm going to get a safe position and then risk a little bit. And that's what this queen d4 and then he takes d4 was. He's saying, I don't want to risk it. Just don't want to risk it. He's just playing too well. Too well, man. And I get it. That happens. But I think that could be detrimental to his play later on. Takes, e6, king e2. Now, I was very condemning about this move, king e2. I'm still not 100% sure if it's perfect. Because I kind of anticipate in the long run, if you ever play d5, those rooks will be eyeing that king. So I don't like it. However, who am I to argue with someone who actually proves his point? Carlsen actually shows what happens. Bishop b4, knight e5, rook d1. Now I know everybody is telling you, you've got an isolated pawn. That's the end of the world. There's nothing you can do. That's terrible. It is terrible. You can't do anything with it. And you're just suffering for no reason. Now you're wrong. My friend, you're wrong. For multiple reasons. Because of this guy on c8, white will have more flexibility going on. I have a better bishop than you. I have 2 good bishops. And if I manage to break it open with d5, I will get the momentum, what we call in chess terms, the initiative. So there are pros, not just cons of having a d pawn. It's not only a weakness. Bishop d7, takes, and knight a4 afterwards. Oh, jumped forward. That I did not intend to do. Knight a4 was quite a nice move. Getting and seizing the initiative, surprisingly, because you wouldn't expect anything bad to happen. Notice here, Hikaru had to play b5, the only move. If you don't play that, You move here, I play rook c7, and this tractor is going to dozer off everything. Nothing's going to stand in the way. b5 takes, a4 is very good. Notice that Carlsen puts all of his pawns on safe squares. Notes that if takes, there will be bishop a3s, so he goes a4 first, bishop c6. Here comes the question, maybe bishop d3 is better. Go here, probably takes and rook b4. Because let's say if you go into this endgame, my bishop actually is much more better placed on d3 than on c6. I could even think about putting pressure with locking that pawn on a6 forever. Now, on the other hand, problem is that there could be rook b4, and probably that's why Magnus rejected it. However, in hindsight, bishop would have been better here, but maybe there was no other choice. So he goes this direction, rook d8, rook here, rook c4, knight h5, and as we talked about it, this is an easy draw. It doesn't really matter that black will lose a pawn. It's an opposite colored game. There's nothing that really happens here. Alright, so let's get down to predictions, people. I know we talked about the fact that we predict a Carlsen win. Some of you actually have. And an Armageddon. But I'm curious. And I want to know, what are we going to see? An Italian. Spanish. Neidorf. Or a Trompowsky. What is your take, people? Again, Limadado? Again? See Italian Neidorf head-to-head. Trompowsky, not so much. Sort of behind. But I don't know. I am curious to see. By the way, who's going to start? Nakamura is going to start with white. English. Or the same thing that we've seen in this game. Could be. English could be a good choice. And he might go for the English. Because even though he was close in this game, that is Carlsen to win, it would make sense to mix it up just a bit. And for a while now, Magnus wasn't playing the English variation. So a sudden switch could be psychologically beneficial for him. So I'm wondering what's going to happen. Let us see. Get ready. That game ready. It's not quite ready yet. But I'm pretty sure they're going to start in no time. Italian. I think that Italian could raise its head because that's something that is very easy to play. So if something that's not a bad choice for Carlsen, he can sprint through the moves and put pressure on Hikaru. However, Hikaru should mix it up. I don't see him putting a lot of pressure with e4, or at least he needs to come up with new ideas. But let's see. It's going to start pretty soon. Magnus is going to be black, yes. First game he's going to be black. Because he was playing white earlier. It's just logical that they switched. Play the King's Indian? I mean, that's an option. But I don't think that is gonna happen just yet. I don't think they're... Oh, Lakine! Wow. That's a surprise, but I think that's not a great idea. C4, D4 is annoying. Wonder if Hikaru will go for the 4 pawns. He might not. Right, so you can go f4 or you can take. Both are quite critical. He goes for the 4 pawns, bishop f5. In fact, I played this against Sevion. I had a decent game. Man, this is surprising. This is surprising. Knight f3. Bishop b4, pressing on c3. So black's play is to undermine the center. Sort of Grunfeldish. So maybe c5 is actually annoying, and knight c6. And once you undermine those guys, this can get very dicey. a3. Question you could take, but these guys will be a little bit weak. So again, we have the same situation as before. Black has some targets, but white has the bishop pair. Castles, castles, and I wonder how he's going to follow up. Oftentimes you have to deal with knight a5, knight c4s. And with a strong bishop, as this one on f5, I do not see anything there. Knight a5, knight c4. I don't like this. I don't like this for white, not at all. This was actually a good surprise. Knight a5, indeed. And once this structure gets blasted open, black will be the one pressing. Now, even if you ever get h4 in, black just goes h6, and it's very solid with this bishop controlling all the important white squares. Queen e1, trying to get this queen to g3, hoping with this h4, h5 ideas, maybe even bishop g5 at some moment. Now there's a few things you can do here. You can try f6, try to break it open, or just take, go rook c8 and target that c4 pawn. In both cases, this looks quite tenable for black. Knight a4, pressing on c3. Whoa, rook c1, knight c3, c takes d4, fork. So plenty of threats. Wait, knight b3? Isn't that guy trapped? Knight b3, maybe I have rook a2 still. It's almost trapped. If you go here, I have bishop c2, and bye-bye. Knight b2, ooh. That is painful. This is pain. Knight has to go back to defend it. Goes back. Bishop g5. He might go all in. He might just go all in saying, hey, take my pawns. But I do have lots of pieces attacking on this side of the board. So if anything, some business should show up on this side of the board. This definitely has been played before. Mr. Solak, thank you for the follow. It's maybe objectively bad, and I kind of feel that these guys are weak, but yo, there is still an attack brewing. You might even consider bishop f6 ideas. Well, that's kind of an empty move. So black can just take. If bishop f6, you just ignore. Because you don't have enough threats on this square, and you can't just get your queen in there. Yeah, takes, knight c4. Man, this might be just going down for him. Yeah. So objectively, this might be just very bad for Hikaru, but you can tell that by the fact that there's no bishop f6, bishop h6 working. Now, if they take, then maybe you could lurk around the king. But after bishop f6, I'm just going to ignore you, and I just don't see a follow-up. So white is clearly in the back foot right now with 3 minutes to 3:48. This looks dicey. If he loses, he's gonna lose the third set. I don't see him crawling back. Black is dominating, and I agree, this bishop is strong. It not only defends these crucial squares, this guy on g7, it also restricts this bishop on e2. So this looks busted. I'll be honest and frank, this looks really bad for white. Now, Hikaru does his last hurrah. He's going to go for h4, h5, which is a real threat. Possibly you can go h5, although you don't want to do so. In d5, you definitely have to go h4, h5. That's the best way to play here. Again, h4. You've got to go for h4, h5. Rook e1. Now that move I don't get. Rook e1 I don't like. Because it does absolutely nada. h4, h5. It's getting tricky. Maybe just bishop f5, then hiding the king. Or king h8 first, h5, and then you can go h6. If you can move the bishop away, play h6, you are in the safe. You are definitely in the safe. h5. I'm not sure about h5. That's either really good or really bad. Probably queen f4 is best, and go for g4 breaks. You've got to do or die. This looks like a sinking ship, but you've got to sing your songs. You're a musician, man. You've got to do the best you can. Queen g3, and this is what Nakamura says. I'm gonna go out with all guns blazing. Going all out. That's my only hope. Now, even if there's nothing, you can still try to put and ask some questions. Knight a3. Yeah, Magnus is gobbling all those pawns. But you do have to go all in with bishop f6 sooner or later. Sadly though, even then, black doesn't have to react. Because if it takes, maybe you can go knight d5 and hope. Pray that there's something there. But after bishop f6, black can just go knight c2, knight d3, knight f5, and just ignore all those moves. Just attacking and ignoring all those threats. Now I understand you guys think it's a computer position, but there's humans playing. Both of them are down to 2 minutes. You want to try your last resort. Bishop f6. Kudos for Hikaru. That's the way you go out. Actually, do you have bishop d3? takes. But knight f3 is check. Because if takes, queen takes, rook f7, knight g5 is even checkmate on g2. So sadly, nothing really works. Alright, so let's say knight e1, rook e1. And you can already sense it's getting a little murky. Not that black shouldn't be very close to winning, but it's murkier than, let's say, you're losing. Yeah, now it's tricky. If you go there, I have knight g5. It's not at all that simple. And remember, Magnus is not that great at defending. Probably rook c7 is an idea. In case of exchanges, that g-pawn would be defended. Or maybe just queen d7. Going back queen d7, queen f7, and king h8. Making sure this bishop leaves and stopping any knight g5 ideas. My main concern with black would be if white could get queen g6 in, threaten mate, and go knight g5, going for queen h7. That would be dastardly and very annoying. So probably queen d7, queen f7 looks kind of high up on my list of defensive ideas. Now he's thinking, and that kind of shows it's not that easy. Not that easy at all. And that's why you want to bring the queen back so they don't have these queen h7 ideas. Also, you will defend this guy, which will be a little smidge bit weak after I can take on g6. Queen d7 played. Magnus is a beast. Magnus is a beast. Queen d7, such a great move. Such a great move. It's just something. One, d5. He's trying. d5, let's say takes. You still take with the queen and queen f7 at the end. So Carlsen is pushing this agenda, making sure that there will be some pressure. If takes, just takes. Takes, you take, and there's queen f7. This looks very much like a win. Says 0-0-0. Well, maybe, but I don't see it. White has to be extremely precise here. Okay, so takes, rook e3. Oh, bishop g6. So the point is, if takes, there would have been takes, and queen g7, mate. E takes. Now there's an attack brewing. e6, e6. What's e6? What's e6? There's threats on the bishop. What was e6? Bishop d4. Can go queen g4 as well. This is just terrible. They have 20 seconds, but I think e6 was a big mistake. e6 was really bad. Rook d2, but on the other hand, it's kind of difficult to play precise chess when you have 20 seconds. But now Magnus does find queen g4, and after those exchanges, just gonna be a gazillion of pawns running down. This is gonna be game over pretty soon. Knight e5. Now you can even exchange, and you should. The attacking side is the one. Called black, not white. This is just bad. King h2, trying to hide away, but simple b6 could be good. Or you could even think about rovering. f6, blunting this bishop. e6, blunting it again. This is just a win. Rook a2. That's not even a threat because there's rook c2 on the fly. This is just gonna be over pretty soon. Rook c2. Bishop c2. Now this was a weird choice by Carlsen. Like, he doesn't have the time. Why go for a queen ending? Probably he's sure it's winning. There's plenty of pawns, but still, not sure about it. There, king g7. He says this is winning, and obviously it should be. Have plenty of pawns, but in queen endings, you never know. There's always hope for perpetual. Not that this shouldn't be objectively lost. Queen a7, push, push, and this king is actually unfortunately placed because queen e1, d2 is a common. You can try queen d7, but I'll check you here, d2, and I will check again. I will promote. That's just gonna be it. This is game over. This is just game over. There's just enough safety in this position. d2, there. This is just rip, ripperonis for Hikaru. He fought well. He sang his last song on the sinking ship, but there was no stopping Carlsen. I think this is just losing. And the king just walks up to h4. Queen e3, queen e2 is winning. If you go here, check, check again, and promotion is game over. Still some trickies. That was a very creative solution. But after this one, d1 is a come-in, and Carlsen wins. Very important win. And it's a good question what Nakamura can do with black. He's been struggling. Bishop takes g5 would have saved the game. Let's take a look. 28. No. Bishop g5, you lose the bishop. That ain't good. Takes, takes. But in any case, definitely knight d4. Try to push. Although the problem is queen g4 still. There's still queen g4 going on. And that's just too much of a problem. And even though he had some chances, it was just too much. So, very well played game by Carlsen. Walked his king up to h4. In safety, you can see that blunting pawn is useful. And after that, couldn't really stop the promotion. So let's see. Guess the game should start quite soonish. Now the opening was quite a surprise, and I think it shocked Hikaru, especially if you think about it. Hikaru called the Alekhine a terrible opening, which in fact is a little bit dubious. I think his assessment is not that far off. However, it's a blitz game. It is definitely viable. Not quite sure what you guys are asking. f4. The other way of playing is to take on d6. f4 is the traditional aggressive line. And again, it's kind of funny that they've been sort of looking at this one all the time. Like c5 is kind of pressing on those guys. And even though, again, Hikaru has the bishop there, it does nothing because those knights are more powerful. And this is sort of like a Nimzo type of structure. Takes, takes. Hikaru does what he has to, going all in. Bishop d3, takes, takes. d5, rook c3. You guys are asking something. I don't know your questions. Rook c3 here. Is this your question? Fill me in with your question right there. Here bishop takes g6. Oh, that move, because somebody wrote bishop g5, I did not understand. Takes. Okay, f takes. Now, queen g6, there's queen f7. Or maybe there isn't. Ah, so the thing is, probably they calculated this line. Queen f7, and you don't have knight g5, and you don't have checkmate. However, if I take here, you might want to do queen f7, takes, but king f7, I might have knight g5. Rook f7, I have de, and I have a strong pawn. Even if you go here, I go back, and I have a pawn to bank on. So probably the thing that they missed is this little tweak. This little tweak there. Meaning, he might have looked at de, but didn't consider taking on g6 immediately. So queen g6, and probably in that case, you could get some counterplay in forms of those two passers, that e pawns. And that's one of those things that computers have an easy time looking forward to. Humans often just take one look at it, say, okay, this is an idea, what to do. That is a problem. But hey, I can tell you, for humans, it's not that easy. Not at all that easy to deal with this. Probably the best shot. But alright, let's get to the next game, as it is about to start, and it started. Knight f3, and here comes the big question for Hikaru. I think he should go King's Indianish, and he is going for it. He knows he has to win. He goes all out. In fact, I don't like Magnus's choice of playing d4. He should have stick to 1e4. Not that this is bad. White is objectively better, but it will give Hikaru some fighting chances. But okay, it really depends on styles and ways of looking at these things. Knight d7, e5, playing this classical way, trying to keep it closed. Bishop e3. Now Magnus doesn't want to close it down, because in that case there are issues. I would assume we're going to say bishop g5, bishop h4, d5, and we're going to see sort of a slow maneuvering game, or bishop c1. Again, it's funny to see that we're gonna have two games where you could go bishop g5 and bishop c1, because you already made an f6 weakening. h5, setting up this sneaky little idea of playing g5 and h4. Now he can pull it off. I think it'll be a fight. The question is if he is going to have enough for a win. Now h3 makes sense, getting rid of this knight. And in this case, g5, h4 doesn't quite win the bishop, because it can slalom back to h2. Now, d5 is an idea. However, it does allow some g5, f5 breaks. Note that this bishop is quite annoying. I was kind of surprised to see this bishop move in to g3. Probably it's against f5. So Hikaru is trying to play really fast. He has at least 30 seconds more than Carlsen, and that might prove crucial later on. However, at this position, white is still just better. We see no reason for white to fret just yet. Hey there, Shona, how's it going? In c2. So what Magnus is doing is kind of waiting with this idea of d5 and putting pressure on the central squares. Because if Hikaru can't play f5, and you really don't want to do that in these type of positions, then you'll be lagging a plan. And that's kind of the downside of these positions. Black is okay and it's flexible, but it's still a slightly worse position. White just have way more pawns in the center than black does. So, don't know if this is great for Hikaru. But Magnus plays c5, and kudos for that one. He says, okay, I am going all in. I'm creating weaknesses even if I have to sacrifice a pawn. And that's how you play chess on the highest level. You don't care about the fact that you're down. You're up a whole point and you're leading. You're still going for it because you're playing with white. I kind of expect some exchanges in knight a4, creating threats against these guys. Now, Hikaru will have to try f5, but it does feel a little shaky, because it does run into bishop h4, knight g5s, and if it turns into a positional struggle, I don't see this game being lost by Magnus. Now we have b3, rook b4, bishop b7. Black will get quite active. However, if white manages to exchange the queens off the boards, this is just going to be a draw. Easy draw. Not that Hikaru can't fight, but it's something he can hope for. Yep, bishop b7. Question is, you can go rook d7. Oh, queen e8. Wow, is that nice? Not even nice, because I have queen c7. Because I could do this good old neo. If you take your queen is hanging, probably queen d7 is simpler. Just going for the endgame. However, the thing is, you'll lose the e4 pawn. By itself, that's not a problem. The problem is if this knight gets to this square on d4. If it ever lands on d4, there'll be real chances of winning. Really real ones. Queen d7. So he's saying, okay, I'm fine with the endgame. These pawns are weak, and it's true. Objectively, white shouldn't be far off from drawing, but it's not that easy. Rook f7, I guess exchange is good. Knight d2 makes sense. So even if you lose the pawn, at least you get a bishop. Also, I wonder if I have ideas such as a3. I don't think that works. I can take a3 and there's rook d4. So even though white is down a pawn, those bishops are really good. Probably f3, bishop f2 is best. And then Petrosian sacrifice. He's going to sacrifice that rook. And I think Hikaru might make a comeback. Because f3, knight f5, bishop f2, bishop h6, take my rook. I'm giving it to you, and I will start rolling with my pawns. Rook d8, not even that. He's forcing the exchange. That would be also pretty good for Hikaru. You can start running with f5, e4, and d3. Actually, this has been turned around. Probably rook b4 was an important choice right there. Yep, we might see some big turnaround. Rook a1. I'd still think black should go for the exchange sack. For some reason, I feel that's one of the best chances. You can still go rook d2. There's nothing wrong with getting a tractor on the second. But hey, it is Hikaru for choice. He has to decide which way he wants to go. Knight f5, bishop h6. You can take me if you want, but I will get a monster, an octopus, on e3. And last but not least, my triplets will be running down the board. And this is a typical Petrosian sacrifice. Very nice play. Rook e1, ignoring it, but I don't know how long you can do that. Bishop d2 could even reorganize with something like bishop c3, bishop d4, or even bishop b4. This does look like a very, very pleasant position. Rook e2, you can go bishop c3 and exchange. If the bishop gets to d4, it's just very bad news. Well, what do you guys think? Are we gonna see some surprising events? $50, not a whole lot. So he takes it, bites it. The only issue is that you still have to start rolling with those pawns. Probably knight d6, f5, e4 is high on the agenda and could work out. However, white is up in exchange, so it might not be the end of the world. h4, and that looks particularly great, but I don't know if you're going to be able to use that. Knight d6, I really would love to play knight d6, f5, e4. Maybe he wants to do the same, but with knight g3. Knight e3, okay. d3, rushing down the pawn. Ooh, that's good. That's good play. And after takes, d2 will be very, very annoying. This king is just uncomfortable. So maybe in hindsight, h4 was good for black. King h6, you're going upwards and onwards. Rook d7. Wow. Wow, what a move. Knight d5 could make sense. I mean, if you take d2, bishop a4, and white is still hanging on, defending that square. But ain't that clear? Ain't that clear? You can also just block it with knight d5 or even knight c2 hitting on b4. Now this is a golden chance for Hikaru. Has 2 minutes versus 40 seconds. If anything, this is his golden chance to climb back. Surprised by the time? Hikaru's been putting pressure. He's been putting pressure. And I wonder, probably take bishop a4. That feels a little bit too slow. My king might just be in due time to survive. Just might be in time. And even though you'd think that this is completely winning, it can get tricky. He goes here, takes knight f5. I'm not sure. Check here. That's not clean. That's not clean. Bishop d4 probably is going to try to start pushing the e pawn. But it's getting messy. White might even have some thoughts of getting these guys on the other side, or maybe rook d1, knight e3. I would hope to sacrifice at some moment. Even bishop d3, bishop d3, knight d3. Goes rook c1, looking for counter chances, knight e3. And this bishop is a monster. Not only defends that pawn, it supports this pawn push of f5, e4. a5, and now we go here, I take, rook f3 is winning, and if this bishop has to move, so takes, oh, but there's rook d4. Whoa, that's very sneaky. Some tactics. So you can take here, or you can take on g2. Probably taking on g2 is best, knight f4, and get the knight to g3 checkmating. Goes this direction, which should be winning too. The other one seemed cleaner. f4. Okay, he's kind of trying to undermine that guy, also hinting at ideas of rook c7. Check, king d2. Not sure if that's that easy. fe, there's an a passer. Oh, okay, so he goes this way. But that's an a pawn. If white manages to win one more pawn, it's a draw. Takes, not even 100% this is won anymore. King g4 here, king g5, okay, 8, check, f5. This is getting tricky. This ain't simple. King g4, then maybe f5. f5, king has to go here. If king h4, then it's g5, checkmate. Okay, g5, a7. Check, he checks again, king g5. Now it's tricky, because anytime you'll go forward, you can never take the pawn, because the rook will move away and I promote. And when you bring your king up and play f5, this might be drawn. King e4. Probably going down would have been better. Now I can go f5, f4. Here, king b. Wait, it's just in time? f4? Might be just in time. This might have been a huge save. Just a huge save. Or at least it's getting very technically difficult. Man, this is getting extremely close. Very close. King d5, you can't ever take. And actually, this was a very nice little idea by Hikaru. He made sure it was white's move, so he could go king f4. Takes, rook takes. Question is, if you can hold. If rook g4, I can force you back to that very bad square. The problem is the king is cut off. And that's a bad pawn. So this should be winning by now. King e5, just rush the pawn down. And that was very nicely done. Even though Hikaru was in big danger of messing up, he was concentrated, and the king is cut off. This is just too far. The king is way too far from the side where it wants to be. And in fact, it doesn't want to be there. It wants to be here, somewhere on e2 or f2. But it's just miles and miles away. Just an easy win for Nakamura. Clutch. That's what we call clutch play. Very clutch play by Hikaru. Let's see the finishing touches. Sadly, you can't even come closer. I check you. and my pawn is just too far away. Just promotion. Not much you can do about it. Not much you can do about it. And Hikaru equalizes. Wow. It's astounding. King's Indian. And you know who has lectures on that opening? I do. So if you're interested, definitely check out our YouTube. You have those King's Indians over there. I actually look at Nakamura's great games in that opening. That's not all. That's not all. I also look at games of Judith Polgar playing the kid, as we affectionately call it. So it's tied again. 2-2 and tied. Woo-hoo-hoo-hoo. This is going to be big match. Big match. Who chooses the color? So who started with white? I think it's gonna be Carlsen who chooses. But okay, let's play this game. Which one would you choose? Who would you choose? Would you choose black or would you choose a white if you were playing an Armageddon? We're at the right time, Palom. We're down on the wire. Just very close for the finish. This was a very clutch win, by the way, by Nakamura. And kind of upsetting for Magnus, because now everything starts over again. So I do think if I was in any of their shoes, I'd take white and just go for it. You have more time, should be to your benefit. And also, it's interesting, for a while now, they weren't playing tiebreakers. We weren't playing tiebreakers, I mean, both Carlsen and Nakamura. Not unlike that they did before. They were winning matches without those tiebreaks, which is kind of interesting for a fact. All right, let's get ready. Probably the next game is gonna start pretty soon. So Magnus is white and Nakamura is a black. So saying, okay, I'm going to try white. However, that doesn't sound like a great choice. If it was Carlsen for choice, I'm not quite sure. Because he just lost the game with white. There's no logic here. So you just lost the game. Why not choose black and stay solid? Probably he thinks that even here, there's a better chance for white to show his mettle than anything else. I really wonder. So predictions: e4, c4, knight f3. What are we going to see? It could be any of those, but to be honest with you, kind of predicting good old e4 to raise its head, and something like the Italian hoping to move around and muscle around that way. But we shall see. We shall see. Are the players on their marks? Not quite yet. Pretty sure they're set. But I don't know if the go is coming. I'm curious. That might actually show up. Game should start soonish. E4. Magnus has been playing it a lot for this tournament, right? I mean, it would make sense. Or C4, says Bassmaster, and I agree. C4 would make a surprise because he's been hiding with that move and hasn't been playing that for a while. But I'm curious myself. C4 would make sense too, just keeping pieces on the board, but Italian is still among one of my favorites. English? Possibly. English is a possibility. Also, it would keep plenty of pieces on the board. D4, C4. Surprise! Takes, he's going all in, going for this line. I wonder if he's going for E4 and knight E2. This is the famous Zamish line, but I don't know what he's prepared here. Knight E8, okay. Castles, bishop A6, still the main line. Nothing special. F4 is the main move with F5. This is supposed to be quite good theoretically. This was an IMSO. So I don't know what Magnus is up to. This might be a desperation. Might be a desperation moment. F4, that's the main line. F5, main variation. Takes, bishop E3. Takes, wants to go bishop E3. And even though, again, doubled pawns, what do you have in compensation? The bishop pair. Now, here comes the big question. As far as I know, knight G3, bishop F5 is a line you can take. He does not take, he goes rook E1. Hopes to actually maneuver this knight to D5 in the long run. However, objectively, this is quite decent for black. Bishop F2, this is the big plan. Queen D7, just over defending that guy. This is going and coming. And I wonder what's going to happen, because this is well known for years and years that this is good for black. Bishop H4. So saying, okay, even if you take a pawn, you open up the position for my pieces. Rook E8. You take just rook F6 and you even lose the control of the E file. However, if you could get this knight to D5, that would create an uncomfortable situation for this king. Takes. Okay, couldn't take with the rook, you have to guard this knight. And I wonder, can't go here, I'm just gonna capture on C4 and play D5. And that, any way I look at it, is an extra pawn. Zamish is not what you play in a must-win. Well, it's not entirely such a bad idea, but you are burning all your bridges. But you are burning all the bridges. Time has stopped. Let me refresh. Okay, so took. He spent a minute. Takes. Wonder what he's going to do. You can't ever go knight d2 because queen e3 check. Queen f3. Not even sure. Can I take, and queen d5? Maybe I have a check and take that pawn at the end. Or just bishop b7, getting rid of this queen, and just double up on the bubble up. Or just bubble up immediately. One funky trick would be bishop b7, losing the queen. That's something you don't want to fall for. Would be ugly. Rook b1. But black is not doing badly at all. He's up a pawn for basically nothing. You go queen d5, just knight b6. And at best, he's going to make a draw. Maybe here, I could even go rook e7. You go there, queen f7, and I'm defending everything. I think this was quite a bad choice by Carlsen, and Nakamura is doing a fine job just holding it. a4, trying to create some chances and creating a pass pawn, but I honestly don't buy this. King g7, just stepping out of queen d5s. Probably wants to go rook e1 and knight d2. I'd assume rook e7. The great move, queen d5, queen f7. And if you go back, go rook e1. I don't like this move. Rook e7, but again, everything's defended. That rook is actually hitting air. This king can safely hide on h6. There. Queen d5 becomes an idea with rook e1. Okay, he goes safety first, but even queen d5, rook e2 looks very close to winning already. Yeah, this is very bad news for Carlsen. Queen e6. I don't like that. I would like to centralize so you could get in with the rook. But probably he just wants to go d5, d4 and clarify the situation, saying that in that case I'll never lose. Queen e4 might also be on tap. Rook a8. Queen e2 maybe? Wait, can you go here? Takes rook e2. Queen f2 looks quite deadly. Queen f2 and I go mate. Knight d2. So saying takes, then queen e3 check. I exchange. And I'm even coming in with my rook. This is just terrible. Just terrible for Carlsen and the world champion. Gonna go down. Mr. Hikaru Nakamura. Oh my goodness. This is heading towards 3-2. Rook here takes. Takes. Queen e3 check. Rook e4, and he's coming in. He's not afraid of getting into an endgame. Yep, you're up an extra pawn. He's gonna win that pawn. He's gonna push it all down the board. And it's just nothing. Nothing muffin. Even if the king goes up and you promote, black will just have too many pawns on the queen side. So let's honor this. Flippity flip the board. Let's see how Hikaru does it. He probably just goes here, start pushing the pawn, all those pawns. He actually even gives up the pawn. Oh, nice last trick. Okay, 4. Take, f3, f2, queens. And just don't have enough. Queen f4. And resigns. An absolutely heartbreaking loss for the world champion. But what a comeback for Hikaru Nakamura. Insane play by Nakamura. Just out of this world. So, I really hope you guys had a fun time over here. You enjoyed every second of this final. That means 3-2 lead for Nakamura, which is quite a feat because he's been suffering most of this event. So I really hope to see you guys next time and hope you enjoyed your time with me. With that, I'm out.